To preface this, I should mention that all of this took place back home on my reservation. I'm Algonquin First Nation from Canada. Another thing I should mention is that on the res, traditional beliefs and legends of the paranormal are still a big part of our community. The attitude of most people towards the paranormal is one of assurance. To us, the paranormal is a part of regular life. We believe in a spirit world, and we believe that sometimes these beings can cross over into our world and maybe even live among us. When I tell paranormal stories to my non-native friends, they're always in such disbelief that things like this have actually happened and how casually I talk about it. But it's only because it's been so normalized for me. Where they have absolutely no paranormal experience, I have a bunch, and most everyone I know on the res has even more than I do. I don't really care to explain it. Maybe we're all crazy from drinking our toxic tap water. Justin Trudeau. I don't know. But here's the story. This all happened in the fall of 2011. When I was 16 years old. I was living in a nearby city with my mum so that I could get a better education than the one I could get back home. But we'd go back every single weekend to see my dad and little brother. One Friday during the drive back home, I got a taxi from a friend of mine. She told me about a party that was happening that night and asked me when I'd be home so they could come pick me up, and gave her a time. And that was that. We get home, and as soon as we stepped inside the house, we see my dad and my cousin sitting at the kitchen table drinking some beers. They're both cops on the res. So usually beers with his partner on the Friday evening means that they've had a particularly tough week at work. Typically the toughest cases tend to deal with child abuse. They both look tired and drained, but are happy to see us. We give our greetings, catch up a little bit, and my dad asks me if I have any plans. I tell him about the party and where it'll be, and he and our cousin share a weird look. "Why are you guys making that face? Did something happen?" I ask. "I don't know. Should we tell her?" my cousin said, looking at my dad. He laughed, and they decided that I should probably know what's been going on since I'd be going to a cottage pretty deep into the woods later that evening. They start with the first strange call they got on Monday night. An older woman called saying that people were outside of her house, knocking on all of her windows. She said she couldn't see anyone, but there must have been at least 3 people, judging by the different locations of the knocking. They arrive at the woman's house, inspected all around it, and even checked the woods, but nothing came up. They tell her that it's probably just some teenagers playing tricks on her, and that there isn't much else they can do besides patrol the area in case they return. On Wednesday night, the same woman called again with the same problems. It had rained that day, and there was mud all around this woman's home, so they figured that at the very least they'd find footprints, but they couldn't find a thing. This is when they started feeling like something was off, because one of the windows where the woman was adamant was being knocked was completely impossible to get to, without of course stepping through this huge mud puddle. This is when they started to think that the woman was lying, but they just told her the same thing they'd told her a few nights prior. By Thursday night, everyone on the res had been talking about these strange experiences. It turns out this woman wasn't the only one experiencing the knocking. She was just the only one to call the police. I mean, all of this was taking place on a res, so it wasn't long before people were linking it to supernatural causes. My dad was still sure it was just a group of teens pranking people. But then they got another call from the same woman from the same reason. They rushed over and were met with the same situation, except this time the neighbor walked over looking pale as a ghost. "Is this about the knocking?" And they notice he's a little shaky. Yeah. Did you see something? The man nodded and said, "You guys gonna think I'm crazy." But he goes on to explain what he saw. He said that he had stepped outside for a cigarette on his front porch when he heard knocking. He looked around to see where it was coming from, and when he looked to his neighbor's house, he saw it. There was a black figure standing outside the woman's window, the same one with the mud puddle that I mentioned, looking into her home. He said it looked humanoid in stature, but completely made from shadow. You could tell it was something solid-ish, but you couldn't make out any features on it. He stared at it completely in shock, and watched the thing as it knocked a few more times and then darted around the house, knocking on every single window. He said it moved too fast to be human. It was practically a blur. It went around the house a few times, then ran across the road into the tree line behind one tree in particular. The man was frozen. He couldn't look away. It then leaned out from behind the tree, staring directly at him, with yellow eyes that reflected the light, similarly to a cat's. And then it smiled, showing numerous pointed and sharp teeth. "I almost crapped myself," he said, attempting to joke, but his voice was still shaking. Fast forward to Friday. Stories are being exchanged all over the res about other sightings and experiences people were having. On top of multiple people experiencing the knocking, there were also quite a few sightings with everyone describing this creature in the same way. One woman was bringing her trash bin to the road when she thought she saw someone in her peripheral vision standing near the trees. She walked back up the driveway and into her home, feeling like she was being watched. Right before she was about to open her door to go back inside her home, she looked back and saw two reflective yellow eyes watching her from the trees. She said it was about 5 feet above the ground. Another couple were driving at night, and they saw a humanoid figure standing in the middle of the road. As they got closer, they slowed down, and it turned around to face them. That is when they saw the reflective yellow eyes and sharp teeth, and it smiled at them. They stopped the car, too afraid to get any closer to it, until they decided to just drive past it. Being on a narrow road, they drove past it with the figure being only a few feet from the windows, staring at them the whole time. "You sure you still want to go to the party?" my dad asks. But my friends were already pulling into the driveway. I gave my family hugs and kisses goodbye, and they told me to be careful. But I felt fine. A common belief among native people is that negative energy attracts negative energy. Therefore, an evil spirit will be drawn to people with unresolved issues, traumas, and sinners, I suppose. If you're someone who is spiritual, self-aware, and basically a good person, that, in of itself, will be protective. I get to the party, and within 20 minutes the conversation shifts towards all the paranormal experiences that people have been having. I'm really curious about what everyone has to say, because they have stories that I hadn't heard yet. But my friend, us being 16 and all, couldn't hold her alcohol very well, and was crying about how she wishes she was closer with her brother. I was trying to make her feel better while listening to everyone's stories. One of the people at the party was related to the neighbor of the woman who was calling the police. The experience really shook him and my friend, and was just explaining everything that he was doing later on. For one, he smudged his entire home, which is something our people do when we're looking for extra protection against paranormal entities. He also went to visit multiple elders around the community, asking for advice and any information they had on similar happenings. What we do know about paranormal experiences on the res is that they don't happen as often as they used to. If you talk to one of our elders, they have endless stories and even more advice to give on about how to protect yourself compared to now. One of the explanations that was given to this guy about the shadow thing was that it was evidence that someone was doing an unauthorized shaking tent ceremony. If you don't know what it is, you can look it up. But it's basically, and I'm generalizing here, like a Ouija board session that takes place inside a tent. People stand around the tent while the medicine man or medicine woman goes inside and asks questions. Their tent begins to shake, and you can hear the voices of spirits coming through. I've personally never been to one because we haven't had a good enough reason to make one. But typically our ancestors used shaking tent ceremonies when we were starving in the dead of winter and needed some direction on where the nearest food source was. My mum's been to one, and her story is absolutely crazy. She described multiple voices of men and women only speaking the native tongue, and they were upset that the people were doing a shaking tent ceremony when they weren't on the verge of death. The people there had to explain that they were only doing it to prove that it was real, as we had been losing our culture as a result of residential schools. But the spirits were angry, saying that the bridge between the two worlds should never be opened unless absolutely necessary, because you don't know who you're communicating with. It could be evil spirits and it could be good ones. It could be our ancestors, but you never know. Anyway, the elders told him that the spirit crossed over into our world because of a shaking tent ceremony. Someone on the reserve had been doing them without consulting the elders. So we started talking about who would do that without proper guidance and without good enough reason to do so. Then one of the drunkest dudes at this point starts saying stuff like, "I'm not scared. That thing could show up now and it wouldn't do anything," basically egging an evil spirit. All of us were looking at each other like, why would you disrespect it? That's exactly how it will attract to you. And that's when I decided to leave the sunroom where everyone was and went to the living room to console my drunk and crying friend. That's when I noticed that the rocking chair outside on the porch was going back and forth by itself. I looked away immediately, refusing to make eye contact, but I did look from my peripheral vision. I'm inside the cottage and keep seeing this rocking chair going back and forth, but another thing that we're raised to do in our culture is to ignore paranormal experiences. Spirits feed on the energy that people put towards them, so if you freak out, if you get angry, if you yell at it or start to cry, that is exactly what it wants, and it will stick around once it gets a reaction. It thrives on energy of any kind, so while I knew something was messed up with that rocking chair, I wasn't about to pay it any attention. 5 minutes or so go by, and I can still see it moving out of the corner of my eye. That's when my friend screams, and she runs to the other side of the sunroom. My other friends sprint to where the girl was sitting and bust through the French doors onto the balcony. All of this is happening in a split second, but I immediately go to the patio and ask what's going on. The girl is still crying on the couch with friends all around her. She claims to have seen the spirit, which we later nicknamed Kokoji, which is Algonquin for monster. She said she was listening to the boys talk about the spirit when she saw the boy's face as he was looking out on the balcony behind her. She turned around to see what he was looking at, and directly on the other side of the window was the shadow spirit sitting on the rocking chair, smiling at her, literally 3 feet from her. That's when the boy sprints towards it and busts through the French doors. I walk out to find the boy on the lawn staring into the woods. I call his name, and he looks up at me and tells me to get everyone inside. The tone of his voice makes me automatically obey, and I get all the drunk teenagers in the cottage. This is when the phase, "come at me bro," was just gaining popularity. So you could imagine yelling that into the woods was a terrible idea. I eventually get everyone inside, and my friend who's a girl isn't crying anymore, but she's visibly shaken from the experience. The guy comes back inside, tells everyone to clean up, and that we should all leave ASAP. Everyone has trash bags and are clearing away all the beer bottles and cans, and everyone goes into the cottage, and it's only me and the boy in the sunroom now. I look at him for answers, and all he says is, "It's outside." I nod and start cleaning faster. The sooner we're out of here, the sooner we're away from that thing. As we're cleaning in the sunroom, we hear knocking on the windows in multiple places. The entire sunroom is made of glass, but it's dark out, so you can't even see outside. I immediately look to the boy and he just says, "Ignore it." Within 2 seconds, someone comes running out the bathroom and says, "I'll kill whoever's knocking outside on the bathroom window." But everyone's accounted for. And someone else comes running out the bedroom saying there was knocking on the window in there as well. Now everyone's freaking out, and me and the boy and our one other friend are the only sober ones to calm everyone down. We get the place clean and get out to the cars immediately. Everyone's getting into the trucks, and I'm standing with the boy while he's relaxed, when all of a sudden, he looks behind me and shoves me inside his truck. We peel out the driveway and drop everyone off. A few days later, I ended up hanging out with this kid, and he tells me the story from his perspective. He said that when the boys started talking crap about the spirit, it appeared on the rocking chair behind my friend. He said he made eye contact with it and couldn't look away. They were staring each other down, and that is when my friend, the one who was crying, saw that boy's expression, and he said it was instinct to defend the people who were with him, and he ran towards it. He said that the feeling he was getting from the kokoji was almost like it was daring him to do something. He said the second he got up, it stood and ran into the woods, disappearing from the patio in a blur. So, he ran to the porch and was looking around the lawn when he saw it standing in the tree line looking right at him with an evil grimace on its face. He said the whole time he felt like it was mocking him. I called his name and it disappeared. He didn't see it again until everyone was getting into the truck, which explained why he suddenly pushed me inside. He said it was standing on the far end of the truck very close to us, and later that night when he dropped everyone off, they realized that they never locked the doors, so he went back to the cottage. But his friend, whose cottage it was too scared to go in, so my friend goes in by himself. But the second he opens the door, he sees this thing standing in the living room, and he locks the doors as quickly as he can and peels out the driveway. Sightings continued for a few days after that. We definitely weren't the only people on the res to have experiences like this, and then it stopped all of a sudden by itself. It was the talk of the res, and everyone was curious about what happened to it. Would it come back? What was it? But word ended up getting around that there were sightings north of our community. White people in the town just north of us were having sightings, and then the other reservations were having sightings too. It was like it was traveling north, the way the stories were going anyway. It's 2018 now, and no one else on my res has had any sightings of this particular thing. Let's hope it stays that way. When I was around 17, I had gotten home from work rather late, and went straight into my room to change, and found myself hungry. It was probably around 1 AM by this time, and I didn't want to cook anything and make too much noise, as I was afraid I'd wake the parents. So when I ventured to my kitchen, I started shuffling through the cupboards, looking for a quick fix of snack food to tide me over into the morning. Now, our kitchen was positioned so that the kitchen door led to our backyard. The door itself was an old wooden door, but my dad had added one of those metal security screen gate doors on the outside for good measure. It was one of the security gates where the holes on the doors were small enough so that some insects could not get through, and therefore we could leave the wooden door open in the summer to allow for a breeze to go through the house. In addition to the security door, my dad had also installed one of those auto security lights. You know the ones. They go on automatically wherever their motion sensor is triggered. Usually the light would only turn on when I would let out my dog to pee at night. However, on this night, he was already lounging in my room, waiting for me to come back with some snacks for him as well. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. So I was busy creeping through the cupboards and finally hit the jackpot with some Pop-Tarts. Knowing my dog, I didn't want the chance of him snagging a tart from my hand, so I ate it as I opened them up and started munching on them in the kitchen. As I'm eating the first Pop-Tart, I hear a whistling sound from outside as the wooden door was open. At first I thought it was the wind, but then I noticed that the whistling was a distinct tune, not random whistling. I didn't know the tune, but I could tell that it was from a song. It sounded like a happy and sad song all rolled into one. I know that doesn't make sense, but that's the best way I can describe it. After standing there for about 20 seconds, I decided that it must be one of my friends that lives right down the block screwing with me. Maybe they were on the other side of the fence and whistling there to scare me. Right when I'm thinking this, I see the security lights suddenly turn on. I quickly look around the surrounding area, but don't see anyone or anything that could have set the light off. The whistling is still going. Now I'm in a semi-panic mode. Is it one of my friends? If so, where are they hiding? If it's not, then who is it? I am stuck standing there now, as I can't move as I stare outside waiting for something to happen. Nothing does. A minute or so goes by, with the whistling continuing and the light remaining on. Suddenly the whistling gets louder, and I see the doorknob to the metal door start to move up and down, and can see through the metal door to see that there's no one there. The whistling sounds like it's right outside now, and the doorknob keeps moving like someone is trying to get in. The security light is still on, so I have a clear view of the front of the door, and know for sure there's no one there. Screw the Pop-Tarts. I dropped the box and jetted back to my room, slammed and locked the door, and hid under my blankets with a baseball bat and my dog. I never went out to the kitchen at night after that. That is easily the second most scariest thing that has ever happened to me, but I can write that off as someone messing with me. However, the incident that happened in the cabin still creeps me out. The first reason being that if it was all in my head, I was in a really messed up place at the time. The second being, if it really did happen, then what the hell did I see? I think it's best I take it from the top. I'll be the first to say that all this stuff could have taken place in my head. The mind is a freaky thing, and can play some pretty trippy tricks on you. Whenever I was scared as a kid, my dad had always told me that in life, you should not be scared of ghosts. Fear the living, because they can actually hurt you. In my late teenage years, I came into some money after my father committed suicide, and I received an inheritance from him. At time of Dad's passing, he and Mum owned a cabin up in Oregon by Mount Bachelor. The cabin had been put up for sale since my mum could no longer afford the payments, and renting it was not covering the payments either. The cabin was set to go on the market for sale in less than a month, and was in the process of finalizing all the paperwork with the realtor and lawyer. So for that month's time, the cabin was not going to be rented out any longer, and was going to be vacant. I saw this as a chance to get away for a while and clear my head in light of all the things going on. I quit work, packed up my snowboarding gear, grabbed my dog, and headed up in my dad's car that he had willed to me, and to the cabin I went. Now this was our family cabin that my parents rented out throughout the year when we weren't using it. I had keys to the cabin and also had the code for the alarms, so I did not feel the need to stop at the rental management company and advise them of my stay. This has nothing to do with the coming story, but I felt it necessary to mention anyway. My first 2 days at the cabin were normal, and nothing out of the unusual happened. I spent my days playing with my dog in the snow, snowboarding, and in the evenings playing PlayStation or listening to music, drinking and smoking out of the balcony. I had already stocked up on food, cigarettes, and liquor, so I was pretty much a shut-in, aside from the occasional out to hit the slopes. With my dog as company, and DVDs and a PlayStation as entertainment, I was quite content, and started to feel relaxed after all the drama that had preceded my outing. The cabin itself was 2 stories. Bottom story had the living room and a single guest bedroom along with a small kitchen. Upstairs had another 2 rooms, along with a walkout balcony attached to the master bedroom. Most of my time was spent either in the living room, kitchen, or master bedroom. I never ventured into the other rooms, and always kept the doors leading into them shut. Open doors to dark rooms have always creeped me out. Anyhow, the 3rd day came around, and I was still going through my usual routine of playing with my dog midnight, playing games, and watching DVDs. That day it was pretty heavy snowfall, so I did not feel like trekking down the hill to the main road into my car and decided to stay in. That's when things started to get a bit weird. In our area, there were only 2 other cabins adjacent to ours, maybe a block away from each other. All other cabins, aside from these 2, were around a mile away from ours. Surrounding us was mostly forests and very tall pine trees. Both of these cabins were empty, and for the past couple of days I knew that no one was currently staying there. I've given enough background, and I'm now going to jump into the weirdness. Around midday, while outside with my dog, I noticed what looked like fresh footprints in the snow around the area surrounding our cabin. It was still snowing, so the footprints looked semi-fresh, like someone had been there in the last 20 to 30 minutes. I thought that maybe someone was staying in the cabin near me, and that I may have not noticed. Maybe they were shut-ins like me. Alright, whatever. The prints led away from my cabin, and they disappeared into the snow towards the denser part of the trees. I disregarded the footprints and went back inside. Nighttime came, and I decided to head to bed. My dog Midnight was laying on the bed with me when I noticed his ears perk up to a standstill/listening position. This was followed by him quickly jumping off the bed and running downstairs to the living room. I lay in bed and stayed silent. I was kind of freaked out and could hear him moving around downstairs back and forth. After around 5 minutes, he ran back upstairs to me and started to do his doggy dance for the sign that he had to pee or he wanted to go outside. Oh, fine. I can't say no to him. So we both went downstairs to the outside driveway for him to do his thing. Only, he didn't want to pee. As soon as we were outside, he started to pull on his leash, trying to drag me where he wanted to go. He kept looking up to the dense part of the trees where the prints had been earlier, but he also kept sniffing the side of the house and looking up towards the roof. After he figured out that I was not going to go where he wanted, he sat himself down and just stared into the darkness. A bit unusual for him, but alright. Maybe there are forest animals out there that he wants to chase down. But screw this, I didn't want to chance anything. So I pulled him back inside, and we both headed back upstairs. Around half an hour later, I was lying in bed when I heard what sounded like hooves walking on my roof. It was only a series of about 6 steps, and I rationalized that it could be a pine cone falling from a tree onto the roof, or maybe a kind-hearted forest animal running around. But here's the thing. The steps seemed to be spaced apart, like a man-length stride, so it was really freaking me out. Midnight also heard the noise, and was quick to run to the balcony screen door, expecting for me to let him out. Alright, you know what, I'm a tough guy, and at the time considered myself to be fairly well built and strong enough to handle myself. So I grabbed my coat and shoes, along with my cigarettes and a flashlight, and went out onto the balcony. Screw it, right? As soon as I was outside, I lit up my cigarette and started canvassing the roof with my light. Nothing. And the snow on top was undisturbed. Weird. Must have all been in my head, right? What about Midnight hearing the noise though? Maybe he was feeding off my paranoia. I started to calm down and relax again. My eyes started to adjust to the darkness, and I kept smoking and just staring at the stars and trees next to our cabin. That's when I saw it. In a tree that was a little taller than our cabin, around 20 feet away from the balcony, I saw what looked like a man, crouched in a squatting position, in between 2 branches. It was squatted on one branch, and its arms were extended above its head, holding onto the branch above it. What the hell was that? I wasn't sure if I was really seeing this thing, and stood, just staring, and sat there motionless. I noticed Midnight stand up, and start pacing behind me, and lightly barking at the same time. The thing still did not move. I put my cigarette out, and was debating on shining the light into this thing's direction, but something in my head kept screaming not to. So I walked backwards to the inside of the room. Once inside, I locked the door, and shined my flashlight into the thing's direction, but there was nothing there. I shut the curtains to the screen door and retreated back to bed. But later on in the night, I heard a light tapping at the screen door, like someone was tapping on the glass with their fingers. It was consistent and didn't stop for nearly an hour. Midnight seemed to stare at the door, but he wouldn't go anywhere near it. Not anymore. The weirdest part was that I had a feeling like someone was inviting me to open the door, but at the same time, I kept hearing my dad's voice in my head, telling me to stay in bed and not to do it. I listened to my dad's voice and just stayed where I was. I passed out eventually and woke up in the morning and everything was normal. The rest of the week I spent there was non-eventful, and nothing else out of the ordinary happened. I totally admit that it could have been all in my head. A lot of stuff was going on at the time, so I was pretty messed up from all the drama. But it still bugs me even now, after a lot of time has passed. I'm married now and have 2 young kids, but I'm still partially afraid of the dark. This story is probably over 40 years old now, from when my mum was a summer camp counsellor as a teenager. Every counsellor present swears this tale is true. The following tale is long and consists of a few smaller events rather than one single encounter. To give you an idea of the setting, it was, and still is, a pretty normal summer camp, about 300 to 400 acres, with 5 cabins each assigned a letter, A through E. Every Sunday, a new batch of campers would arrive around 3 to 4 in the afternoon, and on Saturdays, they'd leave by noon. Half the summer it would be boy campers, and then the other half they'd have girls. My mum was there for the 2 weeks during the girls' half. Cabins A, B and C were at the top of the hill, along with a small chapel, and D, which was basically used by counsellors and a meeting place, is at the bottom of the hill. It is partially built into said hills, so people could feasibly walk onto the roofs from the hill. And cabin E, meanwhile, is located on another hill entirely. So, for the first week my mother's there aren't many kids, so they only have senior counsellors present. Most of them were between the ages of 17 to 21. My mum would have been around 17 or 18 since she was still in high school. On Thursday night, she and a few other female counsellors were hanging out in cabin D and talking when they heard something on the roof. At first they figured it was a raccoon, but then they realised the noise was way too loud. 2 of the girls decided to go outside and investigate. While they looked at the roof, 2 of the male counsellors came running down the hill. "Hey, I think we just saw a guy jump off the roof and run into the woods." And practically the moment they said that, they heard an unexpected sound, an engine. They look down at the access road and see a car's lights suddenly light up. Someone had parked there in the dark with the lights totally off, in a spot that was hidden from their view due to the trees and angle from their location. On top of that, they could now see another figure running to the car and hopping into the passenger side, at which point it tore out of its spot and sped off back towards town. So to recap, there's a man stomping around on the roof. The man jumped off and ran down the hill, crossed the creek and went onto the road, where another person was waiting in a car hidden from sight, with all the lights off, and then they drove away. This is obviously not normal. You know how in horror movies, teens and young adults tend to joke about the obvious signs there's a monster lurking around the corner, waiting for its target. Turns out, that is actually pretty accurate. Instead of getting creeped out, like a rational person, my mum and the other counsellors found it more funny than anything and started joking around about it. Some of them threw out the name Nerd on the Roof, and it became a running joke among them, and they shortened it to Nor. Now, my mum's memory is a bit spotty about the timeline of this next particular event, but it's most likely that it happened on the Friday, the very next night. Remember how I said Cabin E was a bit far away from the others? Well, there was a vast swath of trees that also surrounded it. This cabin is so far removed from the rest of camp, it actually had its own telephone connecting it to the main part. Now this was during the 70s, and cell phones did not exist yet. Since it was so remote, they usually assigned older campers to it. But during my mum's first week, they didn't have enough campers to need it though. So my mum and 2 other female counsellors were assigned to sleep there. So on Friday, The phone rings in the middle of the night and wakes them up. One of my mum's fellow counsellors answers groggily. "Hello? Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay." She then hangs up, grabs a broom, leans it against the door handle, and crawls back into bed to try and return to the sweet land of sleep. Mum and her other counsellors are confused and ask what's going on. They get this sleepy response. "Fred said he thought he saw someone in the woods and is heading down there with a gun." Instantly, my mum and the other girls are wide awake and go into panic mode as they recognize the potential setup for their starring scene in a real-life enactment of the plot of Friday the 13th. Meanwhile, the girl who answered the phone just tries to go back to sleep, apparently confident in the broom that will foil any attempts to break into the cabin. Fortunately for them, no one came busting down the fortified door, and soon enough, one of the male counsellors arrived with a shotgun. He stayed over for the rest of the night, since he, like my mum and counsellor number 2, had some doubts about how effective a broom is at keeping out intruders. As you can probably tell, my mum now finds this particular part of the story funny, due to her friend's lack of reaction and survival instincts. It helps that the night passed peacefully, with no more signs or scary events. However, the next morning they find the phone line had been cut. That is a little less funny, and made them a bit more wary. But this whole night would just be more of an afterthought after the next events. Cut to the next day. As I said earlier, the campers would leave on Saturday morning, giving the counsellors a bit of free time until the next batch arrived on Sunday. They'd go into town on Saturday afternoon to get laundry done and pick up essentials. Now, despite having 2 summer camps, this was a small town. Small enough that it only published a tabloid-sized newspaper once a week, on Saturdays. This week, one of the counsellors just happened to pick up a copy. It was mostly forgotten until later that night, when they were hanging out in the pavilion playing cards. In between turns, someone glanced at the police blotter and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my God," and they began reading out loud. Remember that other camp I mentioned? At the end of the access road. It was smaller than theirs, and instead of cabins, it placed kids in tents along with a counsellor. At some point that week, there was an attempted kidnapping from there. When I say attempted kidnapping, I don't mean someone tried to pick up a kid who wandered away from camp or looked like they were alone. He opened an occupied tent in the middle of the night, picked up a random kid in full view of the other campers and counsellors, and just took off running, carrying this random child. This is, quite possibly, the most blatant attempt I've ever heard of to date. I actually had to pause the conversation with my mother at this point to check the kid's age, 8 or 9 for the record, because the idea of a man running into the woods whilst carrying a child is just so ludicrous. The counsellor in the tent naturally gave chase, because one does not just sit by when a random character opens your tent and scoops up your child. Eventually the man had to drop the boy in order to get away, at which point the counsellor stopped his pursuit to redirect his attention to the obviously traumatized child. The guy was never caught. Needless to say, all of my mother's fellow counsellors were freaked out by this, and also outraged that they hadn't been informed of this since this camp was literally just up the road. The same road where they saw 2 mysterious strangers flee 2 nights prior. Suddenly, the nerd on the roof was not so funny. 2 weeks arrives, and my mum can't remember if the phone line to Cabin E got repaired in this time or not. But they had more campers this week, so a group of older girls were assigned to it as per custom, Mum and the other counsellors continued to stay there as well. At the end of the week on Friday nights, they would gather the kids there for what she calls an Indian pageant. Again, this was the 70s. It was a very different time. What an Indian pageant involves, I don't know, and it's irrelevant to this story. All that matters is that all the kids and most of the counsellors were gathered there that night, rounding off the week with one last hurrah before they left the next day. While this went on, someone came running to the pageant grounds. My mum can't remember who it was anymore, but they grabbed her and a couple of other counsellors and pulled them aside. Someone had broken into Cabin E. Cabin E. The cabin my mum and two other counsellors were occupying, along with a group of older girls. The isolated cabin, at the exact opposite end of camp. They took off running, and because of the distance it took 10 minutes to reach it. When they got inside, they found something out of a horror movie. Someone had gotten into the camper's belongings and torn it all up. She describes the kids' bras lining the rafters, sleeping bags and pillows all slashed up. The clothes were cut to pieces and strewn about. The cabin was a total mess, and all of the camper's belongings were write-offs. But the most chilling of all, in the mirror, someone had emptied the girl's toothpaste to write a simple message. The Gnaw was here. I don't think I need to explain how terrifying that was. They'd spent about half an hour cleaning up the cabin before the girls could return. The kids were obviously upset to find their belongings destroyed, but were told that a raccoon had gotten inside. As far as they knew, it was just a bad stroke of luck. The night passed, and the campers left the next day with no more incidents. Mum's 2 weeks were up, and she went home. She's still in close contact with a lot of her fellow counsellors from that time, and they confirmed the Gnaw did not return after that. This ends the chronicle of the nerd on the roof. However, there are some final points worth noting that don't fit any of the above. Specifically, there was a strong chance that the nerd on the roof and the man who vandalized Cabin E are different people. The camp had a very nice couple living there as caretakers, along with an adult son who was not so nice. He always gave off creepy vibes. Mum and the other counsellors now suspect that he overheard them talking about the Gnaw at some point, since they talked about him a lot, and used it as inspiration to break into the cabin as some sort of sick joke. However, since he lived on the campgrounds, it made no sense for him to be the one who jumped off the roof and ran to a getaway car that gunned towards town. One theory I have about this is that the original nerd on the roof was the attempted kidnapper, scouting the camp in advance. The fact that Cabin D is at the bottom of the hill with 3 occupied cabins, that makes this seem even more unlikely. When he realized he'd been spotted, he ran off to where his partner was waiting to drive away. If true, it just adds an extra layer to how premeditated the attempted kidnapping was. But after having my mum retell the story and write this up, I realized something that was even more disturbing. As I mentioned earlier, my mother's memory of the exact timeline is a bit spotty. We placed the phone line incident on Friday because she remembers the counsellors were on edge after the Gnaw sighting, but they hadn't seen the headline about the attempted kidnapping. Since it's been over 40 years, she doesn't remember exactly which day the attempted kidnapping at the neighbouring camp occurred, only that it wasn't the same day as the Gnaw incident. In other words, there's a chance the kidnapping attempt happened on Friday night, and the other camp is in the same direction as Cabin A. I don't think I need to say any more. I grew up in Ohio in the 70s, and me and my childhood friend Joe were outside all the time. Joe lived on a farm that bordered a pretty big forest, and my parents would drop me off in the morning and we'd stay in the woods all weekend. We'd only come out for school. We loved pretending we were frontiersmen. We'd build shelters, traps, practice making fire with sticks, the whole 9 yards. When we got to be in high school, we got this notion to pull a Stand By Me. This was based on the movie of the same name that had just come out. The idea was that we would walk the railroad tracks out in the country, but instead of looking for a body, we'd find cool bridges to fish from, a camp a little ways off the tracks. Of course, we knew this was dangerous, and we'd likely be trespassing, but we were kids. We had a lot of fun. We did find beautiful rivers. We discovered bridges no one went to. We fished. We hid from trains. At night we camped in woods just near the tracks and made small hidden fires. Nothing bad ever happened. It was idyllic. In fact, it was so fun we did it multiple times and never had a problem. After high school, me and Joe went our own ways. We both left home, but always stayed in touch and always tried to coordinate visits so we'd see each other occasionally. Well, one summer in the mid-90s, it worked out we were both in town for about a week or two. We'd do this stuff with family in the day, and at night, we'd either catch drinks at a bar or sit outside Joe's house around a fire and talk about the old days. One night, me and Joe got talking about our Stand By Me trips. Well, nostalgia and beer are one hell of a mix. Soon we decided to take a day, walk the rails, camp one night and walk home. The day came. We started out early morning. We had my wife drop us off at our old spot where we used to start, right outside our hometown. She thought it was absolutely crazy and made sure to mention it. When she pulled away, Joe suggested that instead of walking the usual route, we take the opposite direction, just to be adventurous. We knew the land well. We had a map, so I said, "What the hell?" and we set off. The day went fine. It was fun and a little sad, but in a good way. We found a bridge and sat on the edge, smoked a joint and moved on. We had no fishing gear, but we bought some canned food and other stuff. Before night started to set in, we picked a spot to camp. It was a thick forested area, trees on every side of the train tracks, so you felt like you were in a tunnel. We had brought small hammocks to sleep on, but before we set them up, we decided to do a little scouting of the perimeter. Now, this is what we used to do in the old days too. We'd walk around a little bit just to make sure some dude's house wasn't just over the hill and we were actually camping in their yard. We walked maybe 100 or so feet into the woods and up a small incline and figured if we didn't see anything from the top of this short hill, we'd be fine. But when we got to the top, we saw an old building down at the bottom, about 100 yards into the woods. It was barely visible. We pondered over what to do. We both assumed it was a sugar shack or something because there didn't appear to be a clear road into it. From where we were, there didn't look to be anyone in it either. All was quiet. No movement could be seen. No lights. We decided to walk a little closer just to make sure. We came down the hill very slowly, and as we neared the building, we saw it wasn't a sugar shack at all. It was in fact an old church. It looked like it had been abandoned for years. It was a squat, sagging building whose wooden planks were almost black from years of moss and rot. A cross still stood atop of the place, also withered black. None of the windows had glass, and there were no doors, just open doorways. We got close enough to see inside. There were rows of pews, and a built-up section in front for a preacher to stand. We didn't go all the way in. We didn't want to. Beyond all that, there was no sign of anyone else. No footprints, no paths, no roads. It was simply an abandoned church. We left immediately and went back up the hill to our spot where we had picked a camp. Having a hill between us and the church made us feel better, but we were still a little uneasy. We chalked it up to the natural creepiness of seeing a church in the middle of the woods. Besides, at this point it was dusk, and we just decided to rig up our hammocks and go to sleep and move out early next morning. Night set in, and as we lay in our hammocks and got talking, we began to hear something in the direction of the church. Our conversation about it went a little bit like this. "Do you hear that? What was that? It sounds like people singing." And it did sound just like singing. We both slid right out of our hammocks and hunkered down, straining to hear more. We listened for a minute or two, and the singing continued, but it wasn't getting louder. Finally, we decided to creep back up the hill and see if we could spy where the sound was coming from. We could still move very quietly in the woods from the old days. It was second nature to us. The moon was barely out, but it provided enough light so that you wouldn't walk right into a tree, but it was nearly pitch black. We didn't use flashlights as we crept slowly up the hill, and we didn't talk. When we got up to the top, we saw light in the distance. It was coming from the church, and the singing was coming from inside. Joe and I put our heads close together and had a hushed conversation that boiled down to, "Can you believe this?" The light looked to be candlelight from the way it flickered, and though we tried, we couldn't make out what was being sung. It sounded like church music, but in another language. We sat and watched for a while, trying to see who was in there, but we only saw the occasional shadows. We had no intention of getting closer either. We had about a football field's length between us, and we aimed to keep it that way. The singing continued for a bit, and then it stopped. After that, a booming male voice began to chant. I was already freaked out, but this voice thoroughly scared me. It sounded like some Old Testament preacher, the kind you see in movies, but again, it was like he was speaking a different language, as I couldn't understand a single word. Eventually, it got to where the single male voice would say something and then the bunch of voices would answer in song. This lasted for a while, and then they all broke into this long, sustained wail that just kept getting louder. It got so loud and so disturbing that I covered my ears. Then it stopped. At this point, I was just getting ready to say, "Let's get out of here," when Joe put a hand on my shoulder and hissed, "They're coming out." We were far enough away that we couldn't make them out really well, but what we could see was a line of figures walk out the open doorway, all holding hands in single file. We could see them holding flashlights. They began to sing again, and the light from the flashlights began to move towards us and the hill. We booked it down to our campsite, grabbed our stuff and ran to the tracks. Once there, we ran down the tracks in the direction we had come from, and after a few minutes we stopped and looked back. We saw lights coming down the hill. They were moving erratically, like whoever was holding them was shaking them. We continued to run in spurts and walk as fast as we could. We eventually stopped seeing the lights and came by a road. By our small map, we knew that our town was about 15 minutes down the road, and we walked there. We got to the 24-hour gas station and called my wife to come get us. My wife and other friends all just thought it was kids messing with us, but I heard those voices, and they sure as hell didn't sound like kids to me. Not sure who those people were, but it was definitely the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me out in the woods. A bit of backstory before I start this. I live in northern British Columbia, Canada, and a couple of years back, my friend had invited me to come with him, his mum, and his sister to a resort by a lake, an hour and a half or so out of town. This was at the end of June and the beginning of July. This so-called resort wasn't exactly what I anticipated. It's a main log building where you check in, but it's also a restaurant too. A few log cabins and some spots down by the lake for RVs and stuff to park in. There's a highway that you turn off of onto the lot where the check-in building is. And to the right of the highway is the forest for miles, as well as everywhere else around that area. The only thing that stands out is the highway, which cuts through the woods. Around the lake, there's some houses and whatnot, but generally speaking, if it isn't a long weekend, there aren't too many people out there. The cabins and RVs area is separated and away from the main building, about a 5 to 8 minute walk away. A little bit past the main building, there's a clearing where you could sit at a couple of tables that look like they haven't been used in about 10 years, as there are vines and grass that have grown around them. And about 10 feet into the woods past those tables, there are 2 small lagoons surrounded by an old wire fence. The lagoons and table area are important for later. We got there in the evening, unloaded the car, got acquainted with the log cabin, which was really nice by the way, and then we went out to explore around. Not too many interesting things happened on our first day, as we didn't explore a whole lot before dark. Skip to the next day, and it's cloudy and rainy, which we actually were hoping for, as that meant that there were very few people at the resort, and we would get free reign over it. We explore down by the lake and around the cabin area more thoroughly, and eventually make our way up to the clearing where the tables are located. We look at the tables and see that they haven't been touched in what looks like a long time from the amount of grass and weeds that has built up around it. And while investigating, I took notice that around 50 feet or so into the backwoods, there was what looked to be a clear area. We slid down into this ditch-like area, which was probably around 8-foot difference in elevation from the nearest table area, and trampled through the brush. We eventually came to the spot, which we're pretty sure are lagoons due to the way they're constructed. We noticed there was a wire fence around it. We walked around the area planning to leave until we saw what looked like a spot where a large animal had walked over the fence and crushed a portion of it. Not really paying attention to the fact that a large animal may have been in the area, we dismissed those thoughts and said that it was probably bent like this for a long time. We tooled around the area looking at the lagoons, and eventually we left, planning to come back the next day with big rocks to throw into the water, as it was getting time to eat dinner. But the next day, we came back to the tables planning to go into the lagoon area once again. But before we had a chance to go down the ditch, we stopped because of a noise. This is what triggered the rest of the events in this story. The noises we heard were those of walking over small twigs, snapping them in the lagoon/ditch area we had traveled the previous day. Keep in mind, those footsteps weren't there before. We stuck around for about 10 minutes or so, until we got hit with an intense feeling of dread. After this, we said screw this, and went back to our cabin where we played poker for the rest of the night. While playing, we discussed the events that had taken place, and eventually laughed it off, saying it was probably just a bear passing through, or rabbits in the area. The next day it was raining heavily, and much darker than the past couple of days. We left our cabin and planned to go into the lagoon area later, but we wanted to chill around a medium forested area close to the cabins that I forgot to mention at the beginning of this story. As I previously said, after we had originally gone into the lagoon area, things started getting weird. We were messing around in the woods, breaking big sticks on trees, when we had heard what sounded to be someone doing the same thing about 200 feet away in the direction we were facing. It was hard to judge how far exactly it was, because of the way the forest carries sound, but it was pretty far in front of us. We wouldn't have cared too much about this until we took notice of where it actually was. The entire area around there and beyond is all forested, and having someone in those forests along with us that far in, and in the less than favorable weather, with very few people at the resort at that time, is unlikely. We decided to leave the area and come back later during the evening. Spoiler alert, that wasn't a great idea. So after leaving that area, we went around to the lagoon area and listened for a few minutes. We couldn't hear anyone walking, so we assumed that we were right about it being a passing forest creature. Not even 10 steps in, and I tell my friend to stop moving. We both stop and listen. We hear what sounds like the steps again, but as they're coming in louder and faster, we get that same overbearing feeling of dread. We hightail it out of there, spooked as hell, and we book it back to our cabin. Later that evening, we returned to the forest clearing from earlier, where we had heard the branch against the tree noise in the day. We again started smacking branches against trees, this time not hearing anything. But as I turned to my left, something caught my eye. There was what appeared to be a person standing behind a tree, and I saw them duck behind it when they noticed that I noticed them. I nearly crapped myself as I yelled to my friend that we needed to get out of there, and we sprinted back into the cabin. We returned the next day, and I took a picture of where the figure was standing. Later that night, while we're sitting in the loft area where our beds are, we have a discussion about what happened that day. There's much less joking this time, and we're trying to make sense of what happened. We started with the branch hitting the tree noise. At first, we tried to dismiss it by saying it was an echo, but remembered that the echoes weren't prominent at the time, especially 5 seconds after hitting the tree. Only I saw the hooded figure in the same area later, but I knew it was a person, or at least think it was a person. We weren't too sure about that, so we moved on to talking about the lagoon/table area. Nothing really too interesting came up in that conversation. We left the next day as our booking had ended. This isn't the end of the story, however. We came back last year around the same time, but we had brought another friend with us. We showed him around and briefed him about what had happened the previous year, and he took it with a grain of salt, as any sane person would. This eventually changed over the next 3 days. The activity this time wasn't so much in the side forest where I'd seen the hooded figure, and where me and my friends heard the tree noises, although we did hear the returning knocks again, but in the lagoon/table area. I'll skip to the juicy stuff. So after showing our other friend the lagoon area, we decided to enter it after not hearing any noises. All went well, and we returned the next day. This time the footsteps were there once again, but a bit closer than before. We left that area, but returned around an hour later. We were determined to see what was repelling us out of there, but to get in we had to be quiet. Slowly, we went down the ditch and to the lagoons without anything hearing us. and we didn't see anything there. We heard something snap a little bit away, so without making too much noise, we got out of there. The next and final day before we had to leave once again, we returned to the table/lagoon area, where we were planning to go to the lagoons again. But when we were at the table area, we had heard something new. It was a sort of screeching noise, but it sounded like a person almost. At first, we thought it was a person who had injured themselves and was calling for help, but I made everyone stop and just listen before doing anything. We listened to it, and from what I heard, it sounded like a mixture between a person yelling, an angry cat hissing, and a shallow dog bark. My two friends decided that they wanted to get closer and investigate the sound, while I was opposed to it. We went regardless, but I stayed much further away as my gut was telling me to get out of there. We threw rocks near the area from where the sound was, in hopes to flush it out of its hiding spot, and when that didn't work, we got much too close. We were right at the edge of a ditch close to the tables, and when I got as close as my friends did, something happened. The thing that was making the sound had thrown either a large log or had knocked down a tree, judging by the sound. But I didn't exactly stick around to investigate. I turned tail and bolted down as fast as my legs would carry me. I was probably about 15 feet away from my friends as my danger reflexes were faster, and it registered to me faster that I needed to get the hell out of there. We were about 100 feet away when we came to a stop. Nothing came after us, but the sounds then resumed. We walked around the main building, and when we came around, there was a black bear standing there. We let out a sigh of relief, as we thought we had been spooked by a bear. But then we shifted back to our previous feelings of dread, when the bear did the same thing as us, and got out of there as fast as it could. We didn't investigate further, and ran back to our cabin. Nothing further happened as we left the following day due to the reservation being over. I don't know what the lagoon/table creature is, but I sure as hell know it's not any bear. The other thing in the forest, I'm still not sure about. I think that they're separate things, as the woodsman, or tree knocker as we'd nicknamed it, is more elusive and seems to be luring us into that area, while the screecher is very territorial and aggressive. I've tried to find things online about similar experiences in the area, but I've come up empty, which is another reason why I'm sharing this. Does anyone have any ideas about what this could be? I have no clue what's going on. Despite the strange things going on there, the location is very beautiful. The cabins are nice despite the spring beds, and the food at the restaurant is also quite tasty. The place is called Purdon Lake Resort. If you look it up on Google, it's the one with the green roof. I hope you enjoyed the story. I grew up in upstate New York, not like Rochester, New York, but backwoods of the Finger Lakes, New York. I lived in a smaller city, but my best friend and his somewhat well-off family lived in a very secluded area a good many miles outside of town. His family owned a huge plot of land, and his neighbors had also given his family permission to roam their land, adding up to hundreds of acres. We had been close since elementary school and had an interesting dynamic. He loved coming to my house to be in town around people, and I loved going to his place to escape the woods and enjoy nature. Around the time we turned 14, we started to explore deeper into the forest than before. Somewhat due to our interest in exploration, but mostly due to his family not wanting us to go too deep into the woods for fear of getting lost or running across the bears that lived nearby. After a few hikes, maybe a mile or so up the hill, we discovered a vast network of old logging trails and abandoned campsites full of junk. Most of the junk that was distinguishable was made of glass, bottles of all sizes and colors, and an assortment of old power insulators from power lines long since decayed. We guessed from 1930s, but what does a 14-year-old know about dating such things? One day, about a year later, we decided to explore deeper. An important fact of the situation is his father had spent a great deal of time teaching us firearm safety. This was for many reasons, but a running rule was not to venture into the woods without a firearm to scare off the bears or deal with situations that could arise. This has never been an issue, and certainly felt like a good rule. We packed snacks, water, some super basic camping supplies, and 2 rifles. We set off to venture as far into the trails as we could, with enough time to return before dark. We started up the trails we were used to and found an old path that seemed to be a bit more dense in vegetation and had a small stream running alongside it. We followed it and found 4 more campsites with all the same junk piles as the others, except one which has a wooden shed that was mostly collapsed with some cans and rusted tools inside. Nothing very special, but an exciting discovery for a 15-year-old kid. We proceeded another mile or so, and we noticed a dark silhouette about a quarter of a mile down the trail. Clearly a large structure, but definitely not a house or shed. As we got closer there, we clearly saw the rectangular wooden structure. It was in good condition despite clearly being very old. A single door on the end of the short side was closed, as were the 6 windows along the long side, leading towards the stream that ran to the right of the trail. There was rotting wood along the stream edge, which we figured was once a water wheel to power whatever this building once did. As we approached the door, we readied the flashlight we had, but something strange happened. It might have been our nerves in the moment, of course, but the normal sounds of the wood dimmed. No leaves shaking, no animals scurrying, nothing. Even the stream seemed silent. The sort of silence which makes your skin crawl. The sort of silence where you can seem to hear your own blood flow. We opened the door and turned on the flashlight. It was very dark inside, as the wooden shutters kept the light out quite well, with small slivers of light peeking between the various boards making up the structure. The room was small and mostly empty. On the left, a small workbench stood with a rusty saw blade and some rusted chains on it. Otherwise, only some nails sticking out of the wall broke up the room. We walked towards the door across the room and opened it, with the trail of light from the front door following us, as we had no intention on closing it. We stepped into the next room, and immediately suffered a series of shivers and goosebumps, but neither of us wanted to seem scared to the other, so we continued looking around. We scanned the room, which was a bit more exciting than the last 2. Larger windows on each side, and yet another door opposite us, with many more rusted items around. As we looked over the various rusted items, we slowly walked deeper into the room, and we approached the center of the room as it grew darker. Suddenly, the front door shut. We both jumped and looked back, shining the flashlight, but nothing was there, except the door with its faint bands of light shining through its old boards. We caught our breath and decided it must have been the wind, and pressed on. We approached the door, and it was certainly noticeable we both wanted to get out of here due to the unease of the air inside. We entered the last room, and it was the same as the first, except there was a larger table instead of a bench along the wall. Nothing sat on it, but a hammer lied on the floor at its base. The hammer seemed newer than the previous items, but we would not have time to inspect it, as we jumped in terror when the first door to the prior room slammed shut. This was clearly not the wind, and both of us immediately panicked. We drew our rifles and yelled as we slowly backed towards the door in the room we had not opened yet. We noticed the light through its boards as we entered the room, so we assumed it was the exit, and now it was the only option we felt we had. We yelled again this time, forming words instead of the frightened yell we had before. "Is someone there?" But nothing. We opened the door behind us, watching into the dark room we had been in previously, and stepped out into the silent woods. We looked around and saw no one, which was almost more unsettling than it would have been had there actually been someone. We started walking down the trail towards his home, using the stream as a navigation marker. As we started to lose sight of the structure, we thought we saw something outside the door that we had exited. We were startled, but we were almost certain it wasn't there before. A shadow that resembled the outline of an average-height person. We pressed on another half-mile or so and started to hear twigs and sticks breaking a good ways behind us. We turned around and looked, but saw no movement. Instead, a shadow almost silhouetting a person stood by a tree about 500 yards from us. "Hello? Why are you following us? We're armed." But again, no response. No movement, not a noise. It just existed there next to the tree. We started to run down the trail, and about a mile further along we turned back, and it was there again, over some bushes, about the same distance back it stood. We really felt the terror overtake us, and we started yelling, "Stop following us! You're trespassing, we have guns!" But nothing. It just loomed in the woods, and we couldn't help but feel a piercing stare. We continued to run, and once we neared his house, we turned back again in a fairly large clearing, only a mere 1/3 of a mile from his house or so. But again, there it was in the tree line at the end of the clearing. We yelled, "Go away! You're trespassing, we're gonna fire at you!" Childish, but we felt cornered at this point. So my friend fired a warning shot towards it, hoping it would run, or at least flinch. Instead, it almost felt like the world stopped for a moment. Everything felt strange in a way I could best compare to the feeling you have after waking up from the strangest falling dream. It did not move. This was such an unexpected reaction that we turned and ran to his house as fast as we could. Once inside, we hid in his basement playing video games and attempting to pretend like none of it had happened. Many years later, we rounded up a group of friends and hopped on an ATV to return to the structure. We rode the entire length of the stream and found many campsites, but never again did we find that building. It simply was not where it should have been. I don't know how to explain this story, but I know it's kept me up many a night. Has anyone else had this sort of thing happen? Or perhaps an explanation? I am an au pair in Sweden and spend most of my summer weekends in my family's summer house, which is out in the archipelago outside of Stockholm. Breathtakingly beautiful place, but boonies don't even begin to cover it. The nearest neighbor is about a 30-minute brisk walk away. And after that, there's nothing except ocean and thick, terrifying forest. This particular night was date night for my parents, so I was left with the 2 children alone out in the terrifying murder house. There are 2 houses on the property. One main house and the other is a guest house, where of course I got to sleep all alone. It's literally 2 meters from the ocean. The game plan was to go exploring in the forest, which I had never done alone with the children, only with the parents, and then walk to pick up my boyfriend from the bus stop. He would stay with us until our parents got home from their date, and then my boyfriend and I would go to sleep in the guest house. So while in the house, I kept getting the jitters. Things were definitely stranger, and it wasn't just because I was alone with two children. I grew up in the forest, but several times we heard the birds calling out these weird distress call noises, and big flocks would appear. A long time before we were even close enough to scare them. And there were big, thudding footsteps nearby. I was terrified of there being a big moose or something. We came to a little hidden lake, and then things got even weirder. Though the place is unpopulated for miles, there was a woman sitting on a rock opposite us, about 60 feet away. She was naked and wet, as though she had been swimming, even though the water was much too cold for that. When she saw us, she stood up and did this weird pacing thing, like she would get too close to the water and then back away, then move close again, like she wanted to cross and come towards us, but there was the obvious lake barrier in the way. The kids were mildly worried, and it wasn't before long that I ushered them back the way we'd came, in order for us to make our way out of the forest. On the road to pick up my boyfriend, I had the oddest sensation of being watched. I was really terrified, actually, but we met him with no incident and returned to the cabin just as the sun was setting. We gave the kids dinner, and just as they were curling up with the Swedish comic book, the main door slammed open. I remember thinking it was a real person. There was a heavy footfall, and then bam, like someone had stomped and flung open the door. But there was no one there. My boyfriend went out and had a look around. Nothing. It must have been the wind, of course, right? It's always the wind. While we were in bed reading the story, we could hear skittering around and clawing from underneath where we were. I knew for a fact that rats and other rodents camped out at the other end of the house, because that's where the kitchen was. But whatever. I had a really awful feeling in the pit of my stomach, but my rational boyfriend promised me it was a fox or weasel, and not to get worked up. Fast forward to 3 a.m. I had to pee. My boyfriend and I were in the guest house. My bosses had come home long ago. I'm a badass and pee outside with no problems, so I stumbled out of the darkness and squatted down outside the guest house to pee. And it was right after, when I straightened up and adjusted my shirt, that I got that awful feeling of dread. It was the same one I had in the forest. The one I had when I was on my way to see my boyfriend. I had it while we were camped out inside the house. I had felt just fine in the guest house with my boyfriend, but now that feeling was back. Behind the guest house is a steep hill at about a 45-degree angle, and on that hill sits what we call the ghost house. It was the house of an old soldier in the 1600s, and now it just sits there all terrifying and vacant. There's a trail going from the ghost house to the main summer home, and my boss had lit the trail with dim, useless solar lamps. You wouldn't be able to read by the light of the lamps, but the idea was to light your way up the hill and not trip and die over a tree root or something. I could sense a presence moving up the trail. that means something moving from the main house to the ghost house. I squinted in the dark and saw a shape of a person, but that wasn't right, because by the solar light you can see color, jeans or a shirt or jacket, and ours all had reflectors on them. But this was just a black shadow. I thought an animal perhaps, but then ruled it out as it walked on 2 legs, walking really fast and smoothly. But then it slowed and seemed to notice me. I was actually terrified. Good thing I had just peed, right? But then my intuition told me to commence stare down, and so I did. I was fighting to see in the dark, and just when I couldn't focus, I realized there were 2 very softly illuminated eyes on its face, and they were on me. It slowed down to a stroll, and I could see the eyes changing tint from a bluish to a yellowish glow based on what they were in relation to the solar lamps. They were catching light. So I started. It was going so slow now that this felt surreal, and I could hear twigs snapping and other noises that a real-life, non-imagined creature makes. I remember actually thinking, this isn't a hallucination. It's walking on the ground. And then the weirdest part. Instead of moving at a normal, relative height, the way human eyes or animal eyes would, the eyes start kind of hovering. They were 6 feet off the ground, suddenly would dip down to 4 feet, then back up to 5, and they never left me. But the direction this thing was moving in never changed. It kept going up the hill. The eyes and the figure faded out into the darkness once the solar lamps ended, and I went back into the guest house and locked the door. I heard nothing else that night. My boyfriend slept through everything, but early in the morning he woke up whimpering from a nightmare. And that's the only time anything has ever happened at that summer house, and I was there collectively for a month. In December of 2002, one of my best friends, Richard, was getting married. I had moved off the peninsula a few years before and had never met her, but apparently they had been together a while. Against my advice, he had joined the Marines and was marrying his girl before he shipped off to Iraq for his first tour. My other 2 best friends, Kyle and Westy, came back to our old hometown of Port Angeles for the wedding as well. We had a good time the night before the wedding and woke up early to make the 50-mile drive to Forks for the ceremony at the courthouse. Things started out badly, as the tire on my car blew out early on the way there, and we were forced to make the rest of the trip on my spare, driving under 20 miles an hour. We were almost late, but we made it, and they had a nice little ceremony before we went to the bride's grandmother's house for the reception. The festivities didn't end until well after dark. The drive back to Port Angeles was too risky to make with a spare tire. It was overcast, foggy, and pitch black. There were no street lamps on the highway between Forks and Pennsylvania. My car was small and black, and we had almost been hit by speeding cars in the daytime, so I wasn't going to be able to get back to Pennsylvania until I had a new tire, but there was nowhere left in Forks open to buy one at that time of night. So we were going to have to find somewhere to bed down until the morning. The bride asked if we could crash at her grandmother's, but the grandmother said that she was afraid of the things that we could do to her in the night. Obviously, she was out of her mind. It was way too cold to sleep in the car. I had spent too much money on the party the night before, being the best man and all, and we couldn't get the money together for a room. The bride suggested her other grandma's cabin. Her other grandma had passed away a few months ago, and the cabin she lived in out towards La Push was vacant. My friend Kyle inexplicably said, "No way, I'm going to take the last bus back to Pennsylvania. I'll see you tomorrow," and walked out the door without another word. That should have been a big clue to me that something was wrong, but I was stuck because I wasn't going to abandon my car. I grabbed my things, and Richard and his new wife drove us to her dead grandma's cabin about 15 minutes outside of town. It was in the middle of nowhere, and although they called it a cabin, it was more of a 2-story house. There was a lamp in the driveway, but other than that, everything was pitch black out. Richard and his bride let Westy and I inside, and had a look around with us. Most of the furniture had already been removed by her family. There was a card table and a few metal chairs in the kitchen, and a wardrobe still in the only bedroom. The wardrobe, however, was completely empty. Its contents were in a pile in the middle of the room and formed a man-sized nest. My uncle uses this place as a hunting lodge sometimes. He's a bit crazy. He hasn't gotten over Grandma's death, she volunteered. If he finds you here, he'll be really mad, so you should probably hide if you hear him. But he leaves a lot of Pepsi and beer in the fridge, so you can help yourself. Westy and I felt exactly as you'd imagine we did, but at this point, it was either stay here in the cabin with heat, or try to sleep outside where it's below freezing. Richard and his wife went to go have their wedding night, while Westy and I tried to figure out exactly where we were going to hide if said crazy uncle did come around. There was a set of retractable stairs going up to the attic, where we found a couple of dusty, stained single mattress covers with old handmade quilts and the husk of 1,000 dead insects. We decided it was best to retract the stairs and hide out in the attic for the night. Apparently, the crazy uncle preferred to sleep in a pile of his dead mother's clothes. The kitchen was devoid of knives, but I found a wood-splitting maul on the back porch, which we kept upstairs with us just in case. In my backpack, I still had a couple of malt liquors left over from the night before. Without TV or radio or any other form of entertainment, Westy and I sat on the mattresses, drinking Mad Dog 2020 and talking about old times with all the trouble that Richard had gotten himself into this time. Without any clocks available, we lost track of time and had a decent buzz going. What we heard sobered us up pretty quickly. We heard a noise that sounded like the doorknob downstairs being shaken violently. With wide eyes, we looked over at each other and listened carefully. The noise occurred a few more times, and I slowly moved to the window to try and quickly peek out to see if there was a car in the lamp-lit driveway. There was nothing. We sat silently for a while and heard nothing. We began to talk again, but once again were interrupted by what sounded like the refrigerator slamming shut and chairs being moved across the floor. There were no voices. I grabbed them all and waited at the top of the still retracted stairs. As suddenly as the noise started, it stopped, and we waited in silence but heard nothing. We were freaked out. We couldn't go to sleep, but we got bored and began talking again in a whisper. Without a clock or watch, I don't know how long after we heard the chairs move, but it was when the phone began to ring. We waited for the phone to stop ringing, or for somebody downstairs to answer it, but nothing happened. The ringing kept going. It kept ringing beyond what any normal person would wait for an answer. I figured the crazy uncle, if he was there, would have picked it up a long time ago. So, we were probably alone. The only person who knew we were here was Richard and his wife. With the number of rings, I assumed it was an emergency. I lowered the stairs and took them all with me just in case. I braced for an attack, but no one came. Nobody was waiting for me at the bottom of the stairs, and I could see the kitchen was clear. I walked over to the still ringing phone and picked it up. The ringing stopped, but there was no dial tone. The phone was dead. I picked up the phone and looked at it. It wasn't plugged into the wall. It was an old rotary phone with a mechanical belt that looked like it had been made back in the 60s. It sat there silent. I used the bathroom and went back upstairs and told Westy about the phone. He said I was messing with him, but I assured him I wasn't and told him to go and look for himself. Westy, suffice to say, was pretty freaked out. He needed to take a leak, but was too afraid to go downstairs. Instead, he peed out of the second-floor window into the cold night air. The window stuck open, and it was freezing. I was freaked out and mad. The phone started ringing again. We sat and counted the rings. I remember counting as high as 170 when I decided it was useless. I wasn't going back downstairs to answer an unplugged phone. I lay down on the mattress, listening to the phone ring, and passed out. In the morning, Westy and I woke up early and freezing. We had no idea when Richard would be coming for us, but we decided we would search around for another phone. The night before, I had heard the unplugged phone ring right in front of me, but I was skeptical. We searched all over. There was only one phone on the property. It was the one sitting unplugged in the kitchen. I looked it over. There was nothing funny about it at all. No batteries, no dial tone, nothing. I used to deliver packages in the mail for a company in the south. A lot of the daily routes were in the hills and woods. Last year, I had a route that was super deep country. I was used to back roads in the country now at this point. There are houses I stopped at where the driveway was super steep, but for the most part, everyone was always super friendly out there. Country folk. Well, I had a delivery that was down this long gravel street. There was only a few houses on my journey to the house that my delivery was. Still, at this point I'm totally fine. There's a ton of these types of roads around here. Well, I arrive at my destination. There's no mailbox, no driveway, and no gravel. You could make out a little bit of path that had been made from cars driving to the house. But I'm serious when I say a little bit. The driveway, if you can even call it that, is maybe 250 yards long, with a house at the end of it. I'm only sketched out because I'm in the woods, and the land is super unpredictable back there, meaning you never know when there's just a drop-off. I'm in a huge box truck, so if one tire were to slip off the side, the whole thing is going down. So I'm driving literally probably less than a mile an hour, taking my time, being extremely cautious. As I'm making this drive back to the house, I start kind of checking out my surroundings. I pass a really old, broken down truck that the ground had started to grow around. Again, super common back here, no biggie. As I get further and further down the driveway, I notice that I've probably passed about 4 satellite dishes, like cable dishes, and I start approaching the house. The house from the outside looks like it's a Walter White Season 5 style cabin. It's a shack. I park and kinda just check out my surroundings. After about a minute I was like, okay, I'm just gonna deliver it and leave. I walk up to the front door of this cabin thing, and the front door had a large glass window in it. Not modern, think old. Like a cabin that was built in the late 50s with no repairs. As I sit, the small package down in front of the door, I glance inside the house. The main room, which would be like a living room I'm guessing, is completely empty. The only thing that is in this room is 2 foldable metal chairs, both unfolded, both facing the corner of the room, but nothing is in the corner. In the meantime, I'm trying to do my job with my right hand, where I keep making very quick glances inside. From what I saw, there was nothing in that house. Nothing. It was a shell. The kitchen may have had old appliances in it, but I wasn't really paying attention to that part. My sixth sense kicked in, and my brain said that this obviously wasn't right. So I turned around and started walking back to my truck, maybe 30 feet away. I take my hood off my head and take my hat off so I can have a full peripheral view around me. I immediately start looking to see where the closest neighbor's house is, and I see a building up the hill just a tiny bit away. But it honestly looked like it was on this guy's property. I'm sure this was my head playing major tricks on me, but as I'm walking back to my truck, I just feel a presence. I feel like it's just hanging onto my back, getting heavier and heavier with every single step closer to the van I take. I jumped in my van, locked the doors, and checked to make sure there was no one there. Shit. The driveway. I back out of this entire driveway while checking my surroundings everywhere. And as I'm driving down the road, maybe 40 feet away from this dude's entrance of the driveway, there's a trash bag in the middle of the street. It's opened just a little bit. I slow down, and it looks like there's a woman's sweater or something in there. Was that a kill room? Was someone or multiple people held hostage on that property? Something was up. I immediately contacted my buddy and told him about it. He suggested I go back and snag a few pictures. I agreed. About 5 minutes go by and I make it back to the address, and the trash bag is completely gone. I looked everywhere on the street and the side of the street, completely gone. But get this, I always thought about how I never know what I'm delivering or who I am delivering to. When I first landed this job, I remember thinking how crazy it would be if someone was holding people hostage in their house, torturing them, and ordered their food and house supplies online because they're afraid of leaving their house with their kidnapped people alone. That's all I could think about when dropping off this package. I left that job not even a week later for different reasons, but I did tell my boss, and he assured me he would contact the local police department and take that house off our normal route schedule. I never heard anything back about it. I am aware that if police went out there and found something or people, I would immediately be called in to tell them what I saw. So I'm going to assume that they went out to check it out and found nothing. But in the same sense, it makes me wonder about the trash bag immediately disappearing after I left. Did they realize that they messed up, and I was going to say something that they had prepared for? I don't know. I also have no clue what the address was or how to get there by memory to check it out for myself. But I think about that very often, and every single time I do, I get chills down my spine, just because of the thoughts of the unknown. There is a man-made reservoir located approximately 3 miles from my home, which spans generously over 650 acres of preserved state land. Along with boating, kayaking, and fishing, a lot of people use the reservoir to walk, as the massive lake is surrounded by at least 5 combined miles of hiking trails. Since moving to the area in 2004, I have spent a lot of time at that reservoir, which I never believed to be haunted, until I had an experience there I will never forget. It was late fall, so most of the leaves had already fallen off the trees, making it easier to see squirrels scampering away from the sound of my footsteps, or birds flittering from branch to branch hundreds of feet from the trail. At this point, I had been walking for about 45 minutes, so I was pretty far back into the woods and hadn't seen another person the entire time. On this particular trail, there is a landmark of sorts, a bench, that I use to determine how far I've walked, and I usually turn back when I reach it. Just before the bench, there is a narrow fishing trail that leads to the reservoir's banks. As I crossed the fishing trail, I noticed the sudden appearance of an older man with shoulder-length white hair, wearing a straw fishing hat, suspenders, and blue jeans. He was carrying a rusty metal bucket in one hand and a dog's leash in the other. I searched the spot that his gaze was fixated upon, the ground at the end of the leash. There was no dog to be found anywhere near the man, and the clip at the end of the leash was lying motionless in the dirt. Surprised yet not quite startled, I said to the man, "Hello." His eyes turned towards me, but he said nothing. This was concerning to me because he seemed old enough to be my grandfather, and he was all alone in the woods. "Are you all right?" I asked the man, stepping towards him. Again he said nothing, and did not move but continued to look me in the eye. I decided not to pester the man anymore. Surely, if he was in some kind of trouble, he would tell someone. I stumbled along in semi-confusion towards the bench, the man now gone from my peripherals. When I reached the bench, I took a few minutes to stretch and take a swig of water, hoping that in that time the man would have crossed the trail and disappeared into the forest. Much to my surprise, as I approached the fishing trail once again, I still saw the man, and his eyes were once again cast down to the end of the leash. I kept my eyes from making contact with him this time, directing my focus on the fallen leaves and snarling branches in front of me. As I crossed the fishing trail once again, I could feel the man's eyes turn towards me, but I did not return his gaze. Instead, I waited until I had crossed the path and could look at him from a distance through the mostly barren trees. Underneath the brim of the man's straw hat was a grey complexion, contrasted by glowing yellow eyes looking straight into my soul. I could hardly believe what I was seeing, and it suddenly felt as if all my breath had been stolen away by the wind. I stared back for a moment, and then instinct took over, turning my crunching steps into panicked strides. Every few seconds I glanced back at the yellow eyes, hoping I'd imagined them, to no avail. They remained present, until I had gotten far enough away, and the density of the trees obscured them completely. What the hell was that? All I could think of was that question while I slammed my feet along the trail. I racked my brains for any and all logical explanations for what I had just seen, and came up with one that made some kind of sense. This man, definitely not a ghost but a man, had probably been fishing at the bottom of the trail and got tired on the way up. explaining his need to take a break. He probably isn't much of a people person and didn't want to have a meaningless conversation with me. I get it. As for his eyes glowing yellow, maybe the sun was catching them in a certain way. The more I reasoned, the more confused I became and could no longer remember how long I had been running. As I rounded a corner, I almost ran into another hiker and nearly jumped out of my skin at the sight of her. "Hi," the hiker said cheerily as she passed. I returned her greeting, then turned toward her and said, "Wait, this is going to sound insane, but I don't think you should walk down there." She froze, now noticing my bewildered expression, and said, "What happened?" I breathed deeply and spoke my truth about what I saw to this stranger, fearing that I would sound absolutely bonkers. Surprisingly enough, she believed my story, but found no reason to believe that the man I had seen was something paranormal. Instead, we walked together to the end of the trail and used an emergency phone to contact the reservoir's ranger on staff, to whom we told about a man in the woods possibly needing medical assistance. We followed the ranger to the spot that I had seen the man and told him that I would rather not go with him. The other hiker and I waited for the ranger to return, and when he did, he looked disappointed and irritated. "There was no one there, miss," the ranger said with exhaustion. "Well, I'm sorry to bother you. It just seemed like he needed help. He really didn't look well," I retorted. The ranger left, and the hiker and I made small talk for a few minutes before I said, "Do you think it's possible what I saw wasn't human?" Confusion swept over her face for a moment, before she realized what I meant and then said, "You definitely looked like you saw a ghost when you passed me on the trail." It's been years since these events transpired, yet I still find myself peering down the same fishing trail each time I pass it, expecting those yellow eyes and that twisted grey expression. I have never had another paranormal experience at this location, though I have sensed the presence of others many times while hiking here. These are some of the strange experiences from a camping trip in northern Ontario. I went on these back when I was a little kid with my dad and stepmom. I want to preface this by saying that despite the things that I'm going to talk about, it was still a good experience. My parents split amicably when I was very young, and didn't actually live with my dad. I still got to see him though, and these kind of trips were a bonding experience and were always pretty fun. I just don't want this story to overshadow that. Anyway, my dad and stepmom rented a tiny cabin in northern Ontario one summer through a family friend. I don't know exactly where it was, but I am certain it was well north of Midland, which is the regular cottage country for Toronto folk. The cabin was on a lake, and the owners ferried us there on a tiny motorboat. This wasn't an island, mind you. I think there just weren't many roads to access it. Some strange things happened on this trip. Let's start at the beginning. The owner had left a canoe at the cabin, and we took it out on a lot of trips on the lake, usually later in the day. I was obsessed with frogs and fish and wildlife as a kid, and this lake was loaded with marshes, so I loved these outings. I remember one in particular. It was almost sunset, and we were heading back through one of the marshes, and I heard a faint humming similar to a transformer coming from the tree line on the shore. My dad/stepmom noticed it too as it grew louder. It stopped all of a sudden a few moments later, but so did everything else. The sound of birds and frogs croaking and other wildlife had completely dropped off and stayed silent. Nothing else strange happened on our way back, but it was creepy as hell. The cabin was on the shoreline, but there wasn't a beach or anything close to one. It was actually a very steep and rocky shore around the entire area. But once you got into the water, there was sand. Mussels and crayfish thrived in here, and my dad got the idea to catch some for cooking. Freshwater mussels taste terrible, by the way. Don't try it. My dad isn't a woodsman by any means, but he is very crafty and very resourceful. We canoed to a sandy area close to the shore and waded out to catch mussels. On both sides of the water here, the shore was very steep rocks, like 2 floors up, with thick forest at the top. At some point during our escapade, I caught a glimpse of something among the tree line opposite the shore. I couldn't make it out very well, but it was white, almost like the texture of birch, and very lanky. I remember thinking that it was definitely not a person, but it wasn't too far from the general shape of one. It was staggering around lethargically and very slowly. If it was an animal, then something was definitely wrong with it. I waded over to my dad and told him to look up there, and by that point it was gone. Because of this, I'm still not 100% sure it isn't something I imagined, but I remember seeing it again on the opposite shore on our way back. This next part is from my dad's perspective as he told it to me. On one of our canoe outings, he and my stepmom decided to visit this little peninsula on the other side of the lake close to the marshes area. We all got there and dragged the canoe onto what little shoreline there was and walked inland single file. There wasn't a patch, but the trees weren't particularly dense either, enough to see the water when you looked back. Pretty soon, he noticed that the entire place was covered in mushrooms, and live trees had given way to down/dead trees further inland. This was unnatural, because it didn't look like there had been a forest fire or anything. They were just dead. It also started smelling really, really bad. Not wanting to endanger themselves by going further, they turned back. He didn't want to let on that he was nervous, but told me that it seriously freaked him out, and we stayed clear of that peninsula for the rest of the trip. This is something my dad told me happened to him during this trip a few years ago. He went hiking by himself at some point, and when he was deeper into the woods, everything around him just stopped. No sound whatsoever, no movement, no wind or leaves falling. It all returned a minute or so later, and nothing else eventful happened for the rest of his hike. We also spent most nights having fires outside, and one night, my dad and I stayed up watching X-Files on his tiny black and white TV. I'm actually not sure how this place even had power, since it wasn't accessible by road. Maybe it had a generator, or even a small PV battery set up for all I know. There wasn't much other than a few lights, that TV, and a small water pump to the lake. Anyway, I was young, and X-Files was spooky as hell for me. During one of the episodes, we both heard that humming coming from outside, like when we were on the canoe. It was faint but definitely there. We went outside with a flashlight to see if we could identify it, but couldn't see anything. We didn't want to go into the woods this late or take the canoe out, and it sounded like it was far away enough, so we went back in. It was intermittent throughout the rest of the night, sometimes getting louder, sometimes quietening down. In the morning, our water wasn't working. My dad went to investigate, and apparently the pump power cabling had been messed with. It was an easy fix, but strange nonetheless. This next one is probably the most unsettling one that I remember. I'd wake up earlier than everyone else most mornings, because I was pretty hyped to go out and catch toads and frogs and whatever else I could find. I even set a trap for a chipmunk one time, and successfully caught it. I remember one morning I had woken up just before sunrise and was still in bed. In the window adjacent to my bed, I saw something that usually wasn't there. It was half a face, poking around the edge of the window and staring into our cabin. Sickly pale orange with giant black holes where the eyes were supposed to be. This thing was definitely not human. I flipped out, hid under the covers and eventually fell back to sleep. When I awoke again, everyone was also awake, and there was no sign of anything there. I've always thought of this particular example as something that I have just imagined after waking up. Although about a month ago, I met up with my dad while visiting my home city, and we got talking about this trip again. He mentioned that there were quite a few times when he felt uneasy. For example, my dad usually goes jogging early in the mornings for exercise. It's a habit he still keeps up to this day. He decided to abstain a couple of mornings at that cabin though, because there was something which he couldn't quite place that was creeping him the hell out. I only connected this with the window incident after our conversation, but when I did it really made me think about the entire trip, and is the one reason I decided to share this. I can't undeniably prove any of what happened, but for what it's worth, I don't talk about this stuff often, unless it's true. So I figured I'd share my experience living in a 200-year-old cabin. All these things happened over the span of the 3 years that I lived there, in the beginning of 2012. A childhood friend of mine from years back asked me if I would be her roommate. I needed out of my parents' house, and she needed a roommate, so it seemed like a good situation. Now for the house. Nestled in a suburban area was this cabin. The cabin dates back to sometime in the 1700s. The road the cabin is off of bears the same name as the original family of the house. They owned a large portion of the land that is now one of the largest cities in the US. Search American colonial cabin, and you'll see a swath of images that look like it. We originally think it used to be slave quarters, as this is tobacco country, and then we later found out it was a stable house. The stable house theory checks out, as our dog dug up a horseshoe once. I still have that horseshoe. Anyway, the night we moved in, I knew the place was eerie. No doors to the upstairs, which was my room, and no doors to the downstairs bedroom. Her bedroom was an addition that someone added in the 80s. The previous owners also added a much-needed kitchen and bathroom, as the original layout did not have either. Now that you've got a decent imagery of what I was working with, I'll start with why I'm sharing this. So, when moving in, I immediately felt a feeling of being watched. The house always felt dark, cold and moist, much like a cellar. It started with scratching. Every night I would be in bed, and I would wake up to this scratching directly underneath my bed by my head. At first I thought it was mice, but when I listened to it long enough I realized that the scratching was just a long draw, like a foot-long pull, then repeated. I just recovered my head, muffled my ears and closed my eyes. I was a 23-year-old man, by the way, and I felt like I was cowering, but I was not able to tussle with wood-scratching spirits. Alright, so one night I heard something. Normally, I would have been asleep at this time, but I was up late and heard it. It started on the ceiling on the far side of my room, then it went down the wall, then scratched its way to directly underneath me. After a while, the scratching went across the room and back to the wall, and then was gone. Here's why it's not mice. My walls were solid wood, as the inside log were the same as the outside. The floor had no space between the ceiling below and the floor above. Like I said, it was an old cabin. I got scared and began sleeping downstairs. My roommate, now wife, asked what was up, and I told her. She said the same stuff was going on when she was home alone. This was in the first week. Here's the creepy part. So when we moved in, I had to unscrew all the screws that the previous renters had to put into the windows. I had to unscrew one of the exterior doors that he had screwed shut, and we had to clean out the weird rabbit food from the oven. We had to write "doesn't live here" on hundreds of mail order catalogs the previous renter received. We always joke that the guy was a shut-in Satanist, but I don't think that we were far off. We both started sleeping downstairs in the living room and felt comfortable in numbers. The eerie feeling was easier to deal with if someone was with you. Until one night, I had a dream that a dark force was approaching me. It was in third person, as if I were watching myself sleep. The entity started looming over my head, and all the while I felt a pressure building in my head and a high-pitched ringing in my ears. It got so intense that I sprung up from my sleep and looked around the room. About a second later, the TV shut off. Just cut off. We'd been having problems with the TV randomly turning on and off, but this time was too far coincidental to be brushed off like everything else. Also, I knew I went to bed with the TV turned off. I cut it off. So why was it on in the first place? We started sleeping in her room after that night. She told me nothing really happened in her room. Maybe because it was an addition. I don't know. Well, our ghosts played matchmaker, and now we're trying for a kid. Married for 5 years. Once I was upstairs reading, and I was falling asleep, and my windows started opening and shutting. I was already at my wit's end with the spirit, so the next day I set up the same situation. Same thing. Funny, never does it when I'm not there. I ended up yelling to leave us alone, and that I was tired of it. And holy smokes, it kind of worked. For a while anyway. Then when I was home alone, the clock started going off as soon as my wife would leave. The drawers would open and there'd be banging on the front door. Then, over time, it just stopped. Slowed down, ultimately, to nothing. I guess as I matured there, it stopped messing with me. Today my in-laws live there. They were the landlords, and the home is cute, homely, and warm. I spend time there alone and no longer feel any malice. It's a weird experience, and I would do it all over again if I had to. Our third roommate wasn't your typical "I'll get him at night" kind of entity. It didn't matter what time of day it was or who you were. When my windows were open and shutting the first day, it was night, but the second time it happened, it was in the middle of the day. The first ever experience we had was pounding on the door at night, but later, when my alarm clock was going off, it was 9 a.m. on a Saturday. You know, the average time you set your alarm and then pack it into a box in the attic kind of time. If me and my friends were hanging out in the kitchen for a beer, the entity would show itself. Drawers containing silverware and knives would randomly start opening, and trash can top would start rocking at 2 p.m. in the afternoon. I'm not sure why the entity just went away, but it did. In some ways, I don't think the house was haunted at all. Sometimes I think we had strong enough negative energy to bring something in. We drank a lot, pills weren't hard to come by, and neither had any idea where to move forward in life. It was almost if your inner voice of hate manifested into a physical form. As we got healthy, got direction and moved forward, the entity slowly subsided. The cabin is still in my family. My mother-in-law refuses to let it go, and I went from being a 20-something-year-old brat to cleaning the gutters and scheduling specialist repairs for the old house. I love that cabin and where it put me. When my father-in-law passed away, I spent a few hours alone in that cabin hoping for a familiar knock, but I got nothing. When I go there now, there's no sense of doom, only warm welcoming, safety, and comfort. It was as if the entity wasn't trying to haunt us forever, only to be a spiritual nanny, so to speak. And when my wife and I matured, it parted ways. But my story isn't over yet. My mother-in-law has vowed to never let go of the cabin, and it's willed to my wife and her siblings. The ghost always messed with me more than my wife. I guess I had an open port that it could just slip into easier. But we both had experienced things. I've always been more attuned to the paranormal than her. My mother swears she's seen a ghost. You know, the physical embodiment of a person type. My mother's side has always been sensitive. It's not like we ever spoke about it much over the years, but stories did come up. Mostly good stories. I guess I come from a batch of sensitive folk. Don't get me started on the glass breaking. I haven't figured out that one. And I have a couple more unrelated cabin stories too. But maybe those will be for another day. My grandparents own about 600 acres in East Texas, about 15 minutes down a long dirt road. So, basically, out in the middle of nowhere. The land has been used mainly for cattle ranching for the past 4 generations, and if you walk the land long enough, you'll find little remnants of the past in various areas, all the way back to the 1800s, like a single dilapidated brick well amongst tall woods, about a third of a chimney, and an old general store, unrecognizable in the grown-up woods around it. In fact, I swear it's going to fall down any day now, because all that's holding it up are the trees around it, and it's leaning like nobody's business. In the middle of the land, we've built up a simple cabin with a long porch on the back, overlooking a decent-sized pond, roughly 20 acres. The first couple of stories come from my dad and his family. 3 sisters and his mum and dad, who lived about 15 miles from the ranch. One night, they were coming home from Wednesday night Bible class. The newspaper had little snippets of people seeing an unidentified flying object in the sky, but everyone wrote them off as crazy backcountry people with nothing better to do. So they're in the truck discussing these articles, and my dad jokingly points up to a light in the sky high above them, saying that it must be another UFO. As they're watching it though, it starts to get closer and closer, and eventually, I kid you not, lands in the middle of the road. They come to a dead stop, with this thing in front of them. These are devout Christians, and they swear up and down that it really happened. It's nighttime, so all they can see are lights spaced around a circular object that's occupying the entire road. The only thing they hear from this thing is a light hum. The entire time, my aunts are screaming and begging my grandpa to turn around and go back into town, but he's stubborn and refuses. Eventually, the thing lifts off the road and hovers above the trees next to them. My grandpa takes off, going 100 miles an hour down the road towards the house, with this thing keeping up with them to their right side. Eventually, to their relief, it flies away. A few minutes later, they are pulling into their driveway to see that the UFO had landed in their back pasture 200 yards away. My grandpa runs into the house, grabs a shotgun, and by the time he gets back out, it flies away for good. I'm not saying that this was an alien or anything. It could have well been government, but they knew exactly where they lived and wanted to mess with them. A year later, my dad and his brother-in-law are raccoon hunting at night at the ranch in the 20 acres where the pond was later placed. As they were walking, they heard something large crunching the leaves along the side of them. They'd shine the light where they heard the noise and would then hear it in the opposite side. Again, they'd shine the light towards the sound, and it would immediately be on the other side of them. This happened countless times, so they eventually stood back to back and shined 2 flashlights at the same time in order to catch a glimpse of it. Even though they could never actually see what it was, they could hear it running around in circles. They ended up trying as best they could to ignore it. All the while, this thing continues to walk beside them and running around them in circles. I was about 17 for this next story. My dad and I would spend weekends down at the cabin hunting and fishing, and would sleep in a room that had a window between the head of the 2 beds looking out onto the porch. This one particular night, I woke up at around 3:30 a.m. to the sound of someone running and walking the length of the porch, which was around 20 yards long. Eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. I could hear that A, it did not have shoes, and B, it did not have more than 2 legs, and C, it was large enough to make a loud thud per step. For about 10 minutes, I'm listening to this thing sprint across the back porch, and then walk a few steps followed by more sprinting. The scared, little about to be poop my pants 17-year-old girl I was, just could not bring myself to turn around and look out the window to see who the heck that was. I guess part of me was terrified it would be like a scene from the Twilight Zone movie, where the thing is ripping out an engine from a plane's wing and then suddenly appears at the passenger window staring at Jeff Daniels, teeth barred, with drool hanging out of its mouth. Eventually the sound wakes up my dad, who was snoring loudly at the time. As soon as this thing on the porch senses my dad's lack of snoring, it quits. Never heard it again after that. Half a year later, my dad is out at the cabin alone. He's sighting in his new gun's laser sight. I know, obnoxious. He's doing this from the porch, and something chucks a rock at him, just barely missing him. He shines a light towards the direction it was thrown from, and nothing. Just a field of grass. Nothing visible that could have thrown that at him, and he quickly went back inside. Last time I was there, a couple of friends and I were sitting in the living room and heard a series of 3 loud knocks, 3 different times on the various areas of the side of the cabin. Remember, this place is in the middle of nowhere, with no one around it for miles. I'm pretty sure I will never stay there alone. This story takes place in Cincinnati, Ohio, specifically Clermont County. I'm a female of 31 years, and this happened in '06. So at the time I was 17 turning 18. My boyfriend Michael, my friend Alyssa, and her boyfriend now husband Nick are the ones involved in this unexplained event. For some background, there is this abandoned cabin in the middle of the woods, and you can only get to it by walking about a mile one way. There are abandoned cars, an ambulance, some tractors, and other random vehicles like a short school bus, and they're all covered in gunshots. There isn't even a path to drive a vehicle back there. If there were, we would have been walking a mile one way to get there, so we're not sure how they even got there or how long they've been there. My boyfriend and I, with 2 other friends previous to our encounter, had gone there, and it was creepy, but not compared to what happened with Alyssa and Nick. So on our previous trips, we went with our friends Tom and Janet. Tom and myself went upstairs and had a Ouija board. We just asked it stupid questions, and I remember it spelled out hooey. We said goodbye on the board and were looking around the stairs, which was really just an attic, and we found a massive kid's sock in the wall. It was really random and weird. We got startled when an alarm clock started ticking. It wouldn't stop, so I shattered it to pieces, and that was that. We walked downstairs where the boys were and made our way back outside. We found a creepy well that was covered up, and then all of a sudden we heard that alarm clock start ticking again. But I know it had broken, so it spooked us. We saw an outdoor cellar. We went in there, and there was a child's boot with a bone inside the shoe. And at that point we decided to go. So my boyfriend and I were telling Alyssa and Nick about this cabin and what happened when our other friends came with us. So we decided we were gonna go check it out later. So the day this encounter happened, Michael, Nick and Alyssa and myself went to the lake, packed a cooler with food and crap, and probably spent 5 hours at the lake and just hung out. We left the lake, stopped at Alyssa and Nick's house, dropped the cooler off which was in the trunk of the car, and this is important for later in the story. After getting everything out the trunk from our lake trip, we headed to my boyfriend's parents' house where we parked the car. We had flashlights, and that was it. The walk there was very uneventful. We have to walk through 2 huge drainage tunnels to get to this cabin as well. So we make it there, and it wasn't dark out, but seemed different this time. I'm not really sure how to explain it, but whatever. Just like last time when we get inside, Alyssa and myself were going upstairs. I wanted to show her the sock in the wall, and I also wanted to check on the clock I broke last visit, where I'd heard something ticking outside previously. As we started going up the stairs, there was a big crash, like something had been thrown and knocked over. Alyssa gets freaked out, and then out of nowhere she books it outside back down to the creek, yelling at Michael and Nick and myself to come on. I go chasing after her, and she's in tears having a full-blown panic attack, saying something. Finally, I get that she saw someone looking in the window at us. We tell the guys, and literally no one is around. There are only the 4 of us. Since she's so distraught, we think it's best to leave. As we are walking back the creek, heading back the same way we came, which is the only way there, Michael and Nick are kicking these huge rocks. We stop and realize they are huge rocks, I'd say boulders, standing straight up in a line the entire way down the creek bed. They weren't there 20 minutes ago. We would have noticed them. This really freaked us out. It wasn't normal and is unnatural. So we pick up the pace and start to haul ass out of there. We make it to the first drainage tunnel and we turn on our flashlights, and literally none of them would turn on. 4 flashlights that worked perfectly fine on the way there, and now none of them will turn on. What is happening? 30 minutes later, we're back at my boyfriend's parents' house, where Nick and Alyssa's car is parked. Alyssa gets in the car because at this point she's ready to go home and forget this event ever happened. The rest of us are still outside the car, and Alyssa suddenly gets out the car screaming, jumping up and down and flailing about. She is covered in ants. We are like, what the hell's going on? And we notice they're coming from the back seat of the trunk. Nick opens the trunk of his car, and laying in the trunk is this huge, rusty, extremely old wool sock covered in ants. Now remember what I said earlier in the story? We had been in and out of that trunk all day long. There was nothing in the trunk when we left their house from dropping off the cooler. And now there's a woolen sock covered in ants that's covered their car. This was too much for any of us to wrap our head around. Needless to say, we've never been back there, and I personally will not return. So it turns out the man who used to live in that cabin was named Hubert, but was often called Huey. My boyfriend had actually been to the cabin once before I even went, and he found these journals there. The man was allegedly a danger to children, if you know what I mean. His journals went into detail about his urges, etc. But again, this story is 100% true, and it was honestly the only time I've ever encountered anything like this. I will never return to that cabin. I can't explain what happened that day, and I have no idea what Alyssa saw that scared her so badly in the window. But I do know boulders do not stand straight up on their own in a line, and nobody could have done that fast. Nobody could have messed with our 4 flashlights, and nobody could have put that old, dirty, ant-infested wool sock in Alyssa and Nick's car trunk. If you ever are wandering through the woods and come across a random cabin, just leave it alone. You never know who lived there, what they did, who or what could still be there. I ultimately learned this a very unsettling way. A few years ago, I went to visit my grandparents. They live in the middle of nowhere surrounded by woods. Behind their house is a shack, and of course behind the shack is nothing but woods. My grandparents told me they would see lights in the woods at midnight. At the moment, there was still daylight, and I walked into the woods to see if I can find something. I found 16 black candles. I started kicking them down and headed back to the house. I asked my grandma where I was going to sleep, and she said I could sleep in the shack. I was actually excited. I went inside and there was a bed, TV, PS3 and a few games. I had my cell phone but forgot my charger, and it didn't really matter because my cell wouldn't get any signal there. Now the shack only had one door, which was facing my grandparents' home, and it also had 2 windows on each side of the door. But one of the windows had the AC bolted to it, and the other window had small curtains covering it. I was playing some MW3, and it was getting dark, and my grandma called me for dinner. I finished eating, and my grandma told me to knock on her window if I needed to use the restroom, and to not forget to lock the shack door when I go to sleep. I was watching TV for a while, and eventually felt the keen sting of sleep. I remember getting up, locking the door, and when I went to bed threw myself and just collapsed while leaving the TV switched on. I had a dream where some girl was knocking on the window and she told me to open the door. I unlocked it, went back to lying on the bed, and that's when I woke up in a cold sweat, despite the fact the AC was on. I checked the door and it was unlocked. I was a little freaked out, but I quickly locked it again. I looked out the window, and all I could see with the lights from my grandparents' back porch was nothing. I lay down in bed again with my arms wide open, and one arm hanging off the bed. I fell into a deep sleep again, and while I was sleeping, I felt really tired, as if I had ran for miles non-stop. Again, I reopened my eyes and saw nothing but darkness. The TV was off. I couldn't move my body. It was like I was paralyzed. My eyes started to adjust to the darkness, and I heard something to my left where my arm was hanging. That's where I felt it. Someone had a really tight grip on my forearm. Then they would release their grip, and then gripped me again really hard. I slowly turned to look at my arm, and there she was, the same girl who told me to open the door. She was on her knees, and she had her lips on her wrists, and seemed like she was sucking on my wrist. It seemed like she would suck every time she loosened her grip on my forearm. I felt so drowsy. "Hey, what are you doing?" I said. She looked up at me without a word. I also think she was barefoot. After that, I lost the little consciousness I had left. I remember my grandma opening the door and saying, "Are you going to sleep all day? And why didn't you lock the door?" I felt really tired. I even asked what time it was, and she said it was 5 in the afternoon. "I left some chicken in the oven if you're hungry," she said, and then closed the door. I tried to get up, but felt a sharp pain down my entire arm. I looked at it on my wrist, and there it was. What seemed to be a large mosquito bite was bright red, then on my forearm, with a giant bruise. That's when I remember the dream. I felt it like I was losing my mind. I touched the red spot, and my entire arm hurt all the way down to the back of my shoulder, even though I barely got up and went inside to get my grandparents. I didn't know if I should tell my grandparents or not. I slowly got up and went inside my grandparents' house. They were both in the small living room watching TV. I opted to tell them about the candles I knocked over, and my grandpa said black candles are bad, and that maybe some devil worshippers that lived across the stream in the back were doing bad things. We all went to check out the candles, but there was no trace, and I just wanted to leave. Maybe there were people doing bad things there. I told them if they could take me home, but they said it was so late I'd have to wait until the next day, which meant one more night in the shack. That night I didn't sleep. Every time I dozed off, I quickly woke up and looked around the shack. Once the sun came up, I fell asleep. I heard a knock on the door. I checked the window and it was my grandpa. I told him about the dream. I showed him the bruise and the red mark, and he said he thinks it was evil spirits, and that he's seen some strange things in the woods. He said that they had tried blessing the house, but nothing helps. He also said that the paranormal thing usually happens outdoors and never inside walls. A couple of days later, the red mark went away, but I had the bruise for about a week. Once in a while, I still dream about the girl. I just want to find out who she is, but she vanishes. I honestly don't know what she was, or if she was even human. Perhaps it's best to never find out. I have a cabin in the north woods of Minnesota, located about 15 miles inland from Grand Marais, so basically Canada, and about as old of a forest that you can be in. I've been going to this cabin for 22 years. We built it from the ground up with our hands. The front half of our property is without a doubt my family's. However, we have a back lot that is about 10 acres and backs up to the Superior National Forest. I have not done a lot of exploring back there. We mostly use it to preserve the land and to pile trees that fall into the road. I decided to check it out with my wife and dog. I don't know if this next bit is relating to what happened, but it is the first time I have really explored our back lot, and really the only thing that stands out. We started on the road, right at the top of my driveway, and I get our bearing. We walk without incident for about 2 hours. Considering we were bushwalking with a machete, it was pretty grueling work, as anyone who has trailblazed can tell you. We stopped in an area that had what I like to call fairy mounds. not because I believe in fairies, but because it is a pile of dirt or rotted plants that have been completely covered in moss and look super smooth and kind of out of place. They are super bright green, and there are quite a few of them deep in the forest. After the 2 hours of walking, our dog yelps and starts biting at the air around her. We figured she got into a beehive in the ground, so we decided that it was a good time to turn around. I did not see any bees, but my wife did say she saw a couple. As the day progressed, I kept hearing footsteps in our main lot, in the same set of trees on the southwest corner by our well. We have many animals including bears, lynx, wolves and deer, so I dismiss it as nothing, but their hair stands up on end, and I listen to my basic prey instincts and figure it's some sort of predator. Fast forward to that night. I still cannot shake that feeling of being watched by a predator. It's now pitch black out, and our dog keeps trying to go outside, but every time she does, she acts weird and doesn't leave the light circle cast by our floodlights. She keeps begging to be let out. I've seen this before, and it happened to my old dog, when a pack of wolves were on our land trying to lure the dog out to be ganged up. So I lock up the dog door and grab my gun. I cannot reiterate enough just how unsettled I feel. I've been on this land for almost 3 decades. I've slept under the stars, hunted in the trees, and hiked out with a flashlight for miles, because I know the paths so well. This night, however, the forest felt like a stranger. For the first time in my life, I did not feel welcome on my own land. It felt menacing. So I decide to go to bed and just sleep it off, as it's very late. My wife was watching a movie and had a soda after 5 p.m, so like any 30-year-old, she can't sleep yet. Incoming sleep paralysis. I'm laying in bed on my side, my arm under my ear, and I can feel my body start to get heavy. But I can hear my heartbeat in my arm like a drum beat. All of a sudden I realize I can't move at all, and my heart speeds up. I try to wiggle my fingers, and can only get them to wiggle very slightly, and I know for a fact at that moment I was in sleep paralysis. So I know what this comes with. Paralysis, intruders, waking dreams. Holy shit, I still think about it. I see my dog walk into my room. At least I think it's my dog. I can only see the shadow close to the ground, and I can't turn my head. So I tried to call her name. Coo. I can't make my mouth work. I tried to call her on my bed. Maybe the jostling will wake me up. So I lamely pat my bed with my limp hand. Also a no-go. My heart still beating in my head louder and louder, but it's comforting for some reason. I see my wife walk into the room. She sits on the bed, and I beg her to please wake me up. It comes out so soft I can barely hear myself. I ask for water, but she doesn't move. I try shouting to wake me up, but it comes out no louder than a murmur. As I look at her, I realize I did not feel her actually sit on the bed. I look at her face and realize it's just a shadow. And why hasn't she moved since she got into the room? She is not my wife. Okay, that's weird. Never heard of an intruder being a person before, so I look away, my eyes glancing around the room. I'm frantically wiggling my toes and fingers, trying anything to get my goddamn body to do just one thing I tell it to do. Nothing. My heart sounds like one solid beat now. I look up and see black. In the middle of the room, there is an absolute black circle, a spot in the room devoid of anything. I feel like I'm being pulled into the spot as it keeps getting bigger and bigger. Then all at once, with my heart thundering in my ears, it's over. I regain control of my body. I look around disoriented, and I look down. No dog. I walk out to the living area, and my wife is there. I ask her if the dog came into the room, and she says no. Apparently I was in bed for an hour. I check the clock and it's 3:07. My dog is sleeping on the couch. The feeling is gone. I talk to my wife about it, and she thinks it was just a nightmare created by me freaking myself out. I tell her I think we ran into a wood spirit of some kind, or just a really freaky demon. I still don't know. I have had unexplained things happen to me before, but this one felt so close. I have no description other than that. My family has a cabin in British Columbia that was built by my great-grandparents. We use it as a vacation spot every summer since that side of my family is huge. We always have to coordinate with everyone to pick who gets which weeks. One summer, about 9 years ago, my uncle had a new girlfriend who later became my favourite aunt, Kerry. We decided to all sort of convoy out together, and around 8 p.m. we all pulled up to the cabin. It was starting to get dark, and there was a heavy feeling in the air that evening. I figured we were all just beat from the 9-hour drive that day. All of us started pulling the suitcases and coolers out of the trucks and putting them on the front deck. Kerry, being the new person in the family, wanted to help out to make a good first impression. So she started bringing everything inside for us by herself. She disappeared into the cabin for several minutes and came back out with a strange look on her face. She walked up to Nana and said something about another relative still being there, and that she thought our group was the only one booked that week. My grandpa has a sketchy homeless/addict sister who frequently squats in the cabin when people aren't there. So of course she gets irritated and calls out my grandpa. "For Christ's sake, Bill, Kerry says Sylvia is here." But immediately Kerry says that she didn't think it would be Grandpa's sister unless she happened to be about 20-ish years older than him. At this point, my Nana is plain confused and decides to go in to see who it is. I trail her, being a nosy kid, and she looks upstairs and I take the main floor, and I run into my uncle who was using the bathroom. Kerry walks inside and he says he heard her talking to someone a minute ago and asks who it was. "Oh, I ran into a woman in that bedroom when I came in. I just said hi to her." And she points to the bedroom that used to belong to my great-grandmother before she passed. Still, at this point, none of us had clued in on what had happened until my Nana came back downstairs to tell us no one was here. I started to feel creeped out, and I can see that Kerry and my uncle are as well. We resume our unpacking, and Kerry starts to carry her things upstairs, but stops on the stairwell and drops her bags. My uncle asks if she's okay, and she can barely get a word out. She points to a picture we have on the stair landing and says, "That's her. That's the woman I saw." The picture was of my great-grandparents, and it had a small plaque at the bottom with their names. Of course, my uncle is a skeptic, and immediately says, "Nice try, but no way. That's my Grandma May. She died like 6 years ago." Kerry looked at him and me and my Nana, and I will never forget the look on her face. It was such an intense look of shock and sadness, a look that made my uncle, Nana and I all believe her. She told us that she swore she came in to bring my Nana's things into the bedroom and saw an old woman standing by the window. She apologized for barging in and that it was nice to meet her, and then the woman smiled before turning back to the window. She even described what she was wearing, a green velvet material sweater with beadwork in the shape of a daisy in the front, my great-grandma's favourite sweater, and we all got chills and told everyone else what was happening. My grandpa is a stern, bull-headed man who refuses to believe in anything slightly abnormal. Yet even he seemed creeped out upon hearing that my aunt had apparently just seen his mother. My aunt is far from the only person in our family who has seen or heard something like that in that room. Even I had a similar experience. Late one night, everyone was out having a fire in the backyard, and I ran inside to get marshmallows. You have to pass that bedroom to get to the kitchen from the back door. And as I did, I distinctly heard a conversation happening in the room. As I mentioned before, everyone was still outside. The closer I got to the door, the quieter the talking got, until it faded away. This was after the incident with Kerry, so I just poked my head around and said, "Good night, Nana May," and found the marshmallows and went back outside. The tales I have to tell about that cabin could fill a book, most of them not nearly as light-hearted or happy as the spirit of our Nana May popping in every now and then. Maybe I'll share more another day. Summer 1980. Me and my family had a tradition of going down to our log cabin in the middle of the woods. We would make s'mores, tell jokes, and enjoy each other's company for about a week. This was the excuse to see the extended family, so that we didn't have to necessarily all see each other on the holidays when we were inevitably busy with other things and other family members. So it was generally agreed that the summer week was sacred amongst family. There's one family member in particular who was slightly estranged and had only started coming to these gatherings a few years prior. Most of our interactions with her were limited to these occasions. I am talking of my Aunt Muriel. She had been a spinster her entire life, never married, and seemingly never had a love interest according to my family. She was a miserable old cow in the nicest possible way. She smoked like a chimney on fire, drank an awful lot, and was just generally a very miserable person. And that's me trying to tell you the best of her. So even though she's family, we tried our best to keep her at bay, because the moment she started drinking, which she did a lot, her mood would go down, and she'd get angry very quickly. With that being said, as you can imagine, none of us were particularly looking forward to seeing her. This year we were informed that she had come down a few days early to the cabin. It was swelteringly hot that year, and was apparently going to prepare the beds for everyone and stock the fridge. So when the day comes around, we start making our way. Remember that this is in the 80s, so there's no cell phones or anything of the like, and the fact that we hadn't heard from her in a while was not uncommon in the slightest. We are the first to get there. Me and my sister jump out the car as my parents immediately go to the trunk and start getting our things to unpack. I open the door and am met with a stench so foul, my nostrils nearly exploded. I wanted to vomit there and then. I had no idea what the smell could be, and only as I approached further into the cabin, despite my sister's protest, did I see the genesis of such. There was Auntie Muriel on the floor in a pool of blood, dead. She had clearly been there a few days. The smell was overwhelming. As I said before, it was very hot here during the summer, and it didn't take kind on her festering body, not to mention the fact that she was very overweight. In any case, we screamed, ran outside and got my parents, who after one sniff and hearing our explanation didn't even bother going in to check. They had to go out to town to find a phone, which was a near 40-minute drive, get in contact with the authorities, and then come back. About 3 hours later, some of our other relatives have arrived, cousins, uncles, and aunts. And finally, the cops arrive. They have about 20 of us just sitting outside the cabin. We look up in dismay, as they do what they need to do. They tell us it's best that we go. Some of the adults stay behind, and my uncle ferries us to his farmhouse not too far away. When we arrive, we're all just sitting there in silence, unsure as to what to do. It was a very dark night. We all end up crashing at my uncle's house over the next few days. The adults are arranging funeral care, while also being in contact with the police to make sure that no foul play was involved before they can return the body. It was unpleasant, to say the least. When all the information came back, it turns out she had died of natural causes. Apparently she had had a heart attack, slipped and fallen, broken a bone in her leg and her hip, and bled out there and then. Pretty nasty way to go if you ask me. She had been there for approximately 3 days, so she died pretty much the day she arrived. That was disappointing, I thought. Even though I didn't like her all that much, no one deserves to go out like that. We never returned to that cabin. It was sold, and I don't know what happened to it, and our family reunions were now held elsewhere. But one lasting impression remains. Since that day, I have refused to go into a cabin, for the events that transpired then have scarred me for life. This story takes place at the rather infamous Myrtles Plantation. We arrived at the plantation around 2 p.m, and we were given a complimentary tour of the grounds. I got vibes all over the place. It was pretty insane already because I get vibes but rarely do. It was pretty insane already because I rarely get vibes that strong. We were then shown the place that we would be staying the night, and were let in and essentially set free. I did my evaluation on the room, and then afterwards noticed something. Near the back door of the room, I got insane vibes, like stronger than the rest of the grounds. I knew something had happened there, and I knew I had to find out. By this point, it was about 5 p.m, and understandably, we were pretty hungry. We left the plantation to go into town and grab some food. We got back around 6:30 and started to walk over to our cabin when a friendly woman we had seen earlier came over. Knowing we were paranormal enthusiasts, and asked if we wanted to see her room, which was in the actual plantation, as we were staying in a slave cabin. We said of course, and she brought us up to her room. We looked around, and it was pretty regular as far as vibes go, but when I entered the bathroom, I felt the most oppressive and awful atmosphere. It was creepy and terrible, and I hated it, and instantly wanted to leave. I didn't necessarily think something had happened there, but I knew that something inhabited that bathroom, and I knew it wasn't something kind. We didn't stay in that place for long, but it was cool to look at. We left after 10 to 20 minutes of looking around. We went back to our cabin and got settled in for the night. Lots of vibes there, and my sister and I, who were somewhat younger at the time, slept in the same bed because we were scared. She and I stayed up pretty late playing a game called Farkle. It's pretty fun and a good time killer. And as soon as midnight rolled around, we thought it would be best to put the game away and try and get some sleep. But as soon as we had put the game away, and the noise of the game and our voices were gone, I noticed another noise. The rocking chair on the front porch of the cabin was methodically rocking back and forth, and the rocking I heard was hard enough that I was certain there wasn't any wind responsible for it. I got a little bit freaked out, but decided I wasn't going to mention it to my younger sister, as it would probably just trouble her. So she and I laid down to sleep. She fell to sleep quite quickly, but I was having issues falling asleep, with all the thoughts and worries running through my head. But all those seemed rather irrelevant, as I heard footsteps on the stones outside our cabin. Now mind you, our cabin was fenced in, and so it couldn't be entered by anyone who didn't have the key. But regardless, I heard the footsteps, and they continued as I heard light slaps of feet in the wooden porch, along with a groan of the weight, and they continued on forwards, and the noise continued right on through the door, as I heard the figure pass right by my bed, but saw nothing, and then continue out to the back door. I also smelled some rosy scent, which seems to accompany spirits relatively often for some reason. I really had a hard time falling asleep after that. This event must have occurred at 1 a.m, and I didn't fall back into the land of slumber until at least 3:30. When I awoke again, we went into the main house for breakfast, and we heard stories from the other campers about their experiences, which were equally terrifying, including people who felt a presence sit down on their bed in the middle of the night, and a person coming out of a cabin to tell people to be quiet, but the cabin itself was void of noise or people. We ate and shared our stories, returned to our cabin, and sat there for a while playing games on our tablet and just relaxing, as it was a nice cabin despite it being haunted. Then, I can't remember why, but my sister and my mum got into an argument. The argument obviously didn't sit well with whatever spirit occupied the cabin, because their argument was cut short by the faucet in the bathroom turning on full force and then back off again. The three of us freaked out pretty bad, and cleared out the cabin in no less than 30 seconds. And that was how it ended. And I'm never going to forget how scary it was to be awake by myself in the cabin in the middle of nowhere, to suddenly realize that I'm not alone.
This all happened in mid-October. My family owns about 160 acres out in the middle of nowhere. The closest neighbor is a friend who would let rent the pasture for his cattle when he needed to. Some friends and I decided we wanted to build a little cabin out there so that we could hang out. So one weekend, one of my friends and I loaded up a tractor that we were renting from his dad and headed out there. It was just me and him that weekend, as everyone else was busy. We got there a little late since it took a while to get everything loaded and packed up for the weekend. He sat about setting up our tents, and I made our fire. As I did, I made an odd discovery. There was a phone book from a few towns over, still in its plastic sleeve, right next to our fire pit. I picked it up and showed it to my friend. We both enjoyed scaring ourselves, and I made the comment that we weren't alone out here. We both laughed at it. Later that night, we're sitting around the campfire, talking and bullshitting. There was a big, bright moon that night, and a bit of the breeze which made whatever leaves were left rustle. It was a little creepy, but we enjoyed the atmosphere. We noticed, however, someone crossing through the middle of the field, their body just visible from the moonlight. At first it was a little odd. My friend and I discussed for a few seconds if we should confront him, but I made the suggestion that he was probably just taking a shortcut across a field. Although I didn't really like it, it wasn't a big deal. If we caught him doing it again, we would confront him, we decided. The rest of the night passed pretty uneventfully, but eventually we got in our tent and laid down. We were probably 20 or so feet from the fire pit, which was by that point burning quite low. We talked for a few minutes, and then we go silent, trying to fall asleep. As we're laying there, we hear something. It sounded like quiet footsteps walking around the fire pit. We both look at each other silent, and then we hear a piece of wood get thrown in the fire, and it flamed up quite a bit. I grabbed the shotgun that I always keep in the tent and quickly racked it. We heard someone run away, but by the time we got out, they were too far. The rest of the weekend was pretty quiet, and the events of the first night seemed kind of dreamy to us. We just cleared out the area for the cabin and cut and stacked the trees we cut for firewood. Next weekend we get out there. My uncle was out there with us as well, and went to check out his game cams. This is where it gets much more worrying for us. My uncle told us he was pissed, because someone had stolen the batteries and SD cards out of the cameras. We told him about what happened the weekend before, and then parted ways. When we got out there, we noticed quite a bit of our wood we had cut and stacked was already gone. And we were the last people to camp out there, which means someone had come out and had themselves a fire. We then went and checked on the tractor, which we had left down there. We found it had been broken into, and the chainsaw which we'd left in the cab had also been stolen. To make a long story short, nothing else so far happened. I was hesitant for a few weeks to continue with the cabin, since we weren't there all the time. I was worried it would be an incentive for whoever was there to stay. I'm not sure if it was transient or a local or who. If for some reason anything else happens, I'll let you know. Local law enforcement and the adjacent landowners know about the situation. A friend and I also went down there and put up no trespassing signs around the property. We also hid some trail cams around the building site, so if anyone messes around there, we can hopefully get a good picture.
The scariest night of my entire life was a close encounter with a later confirmed murderer when I was camping with my boyfriend in the mountains. It ended with us running for our lives down the mountain in the pitch black, clutching weapons and a hammer for self-protection. It was the end of 2018, our first getaway together as a couple. We went to the Appalachian Trail in Virginia. We were naive. We thought it would be more romantic to camp out as far off the beaten track as possible. We walked really far into the wilderness and got to a spot where nobody passed us all afternoon. We were making s'mores over the campfire after it had just gotten dark, as it was twilight. All of a sudden, my boyfriend, who has 20/20 vision, saw a man approach us slowly. He was creeping up on us. At first, he thought it was a park ranger coming to tell us to put our campfire out. I began to hide the weed, thinking this was our biggest concern. So my boyfriend called out to him, "Hey, can I help you?" We thought it was weird he didn't have any kind of light on him. He didn't have any camping bag, nothing for camping. Why was he out here so far with no camping gear at night and no light? He sped up after my boyfriend called out and came right at him. He had this strange look in his eyes. The look was absent, blank and weird. He didn't answer and just kept walking right at him. When my boyfriend realized it wasn't a park ranger, he quickly put his hand in his pocket where he had a concealed weapon. He made it very clear that he had a weapon, and it was only after my boyfriend did that this guy acknowledged us. He said, "Oh, I was just wondering if y'all having a party. Remember, we're miles away from a single soul, and it was beginning to get dark when he began to approach us slowly without a flashlight. He had no camping gear with him, just a tiny drawstring bag on his back. After he asked us what we were doing, we didn't give him any answers, but asked him what he was doing. He didn't answer. He just looked past my boyfriend towards the site. It was windy, so we had to put up a tarp to shield ourselves. This also meant the guy approaching couldn't see how many people were at our site. How many people you got with you? He began to circle our site to check us out. He asked again if we had any other people with us, and my boyfriend didn't answer, and he carried on circling around our camp. Bear in mind, we had set up our camp on this crazy steep hill. It was the only spot for miles that was possible to put up a camp. However, he told us that he was going to set up a camp nearby. He proceeds to walk off in a direction straight up the hill. We knew for a fact he couldn't put a camp on there because of the terrain. Remember, he had no light with him, no camping gear, no anything. We were silent. We listened to his footsteps on the leaves as he walked up the hill in his direction, completely off the path. He walked for about 30 seconds, and then his footsteps stopped completely. He was just still, silent. We knew he was still there, but we couldn't see him. It was dark. At this point, I was freaking out. I didn't want to seem like a coward in front of my boyfriend. We had been talking about whether we needed to leave. My boyfriend handed me the utensil and said if anything happens, I should run. At this point, I knew it wasn't just me freaking out unnecessarily. He said we needed to get out of there and to just grab essential items. I was scared that this creep had plans for us with a firearm of his own. Later on, I said to my boyfriend that this is probably the type of guy that would prefer to end people's lives with a sharp object. We began to walk down the trail, running in the pitch darkness with our flashlights off, for at least a mile. My boyfriend looked back to see him staring at one point. He ran behind me to protect me. This experience stuck with me. I still can't think of a rational or non-menacing reason as to why that guy was there that night. I've tried. Now this was at the end of 2018, but my boyfriend, now husband, and I were remembering it last night. I decided to type into Google to see if there had been anything strange happen in the same place around the same time. And there was. A few months after our incident on the same trail, an unhinged man with crazy eyes approached some hikers at twilight as it was getting dark. He behaved in a deranged and aggressive manner before stabbing a man till his end with a 17-inch weapon. A woman he was with ran for her life down the trail. Finally, she raised her hands in surrender, and he began to hurt her as well. And somehow she managed to get away. That guy carried on wandering the trails and shouted out to other campers to give him a flashlight. They didn't, thank goodness. All of these details are the same guy who approached us. Same age, same deranged eyes, and same lack of a flashlight. The more articles I read, the more I realized this psycho had been roaming the hiking trails harassing hikers for a while. A few different people had reported him, not just us. Apparently this erratic and violent guy was well known to law enforcement along the Appalachian Trail. His name is James Sovereign Jordan. We got lucky. It could have been us. I was walking my boyfriend's dog a month or so ago on some trails near the beach. His dogs are both mutts, one husky chow, another a pit bull hippo. They're both loving, sweet, social, and completely chill. This particular trail leads down to an estuary and starts in a state park, but there are only 2 parking spots at the trailhead, so it's nearly always deserted when I'm there. There is basically a maintained trail that goes to the estuary and then there is an unofficial trail that loops off the estuary trail. It's hard to spot and is largely overgrown, but I can tell I'm not the only one who uses it. I was walking the dogs on the main trail, and just getting to the estuary where we typically stop and watch birds for a bit, when one of the dogs, the husky, starts this low growl and puffed a full mohawk. We live in an area with bears and cougars, so that's the first place my mind went. I drew my pistol just in case and started backing up the trail. I'd only taken a few steps dragging the husky away, as the pitbull was still clueless and watching a squirrel, when a creepy guy stepped out from behind a tree. He wasn't scary looking. He just looked like your typical outdoorsy type guy that frequented the craft breweries on every corner of Washington. He was maybe late 40s, early 50s. The tree behind him wasn't huge. He would have had to position himself deliberately to hide behind it when I was approaching. He started walking towards me, smiling and growling, pissed off dog like it was a bunny rabbit talking to him, in a soothing voice with his hand out like he was going to pet it. The dog barked loudly and continued to growl in an unfamiliar and terrifying way. At this moment my pit finally got her act together and looked away from her new squirrel friend. She took in the scene and got between the guy and me immediately. She didn't puff or growl, as honestly I wasn't sure what she was going to do, but her tail was out at a weird angle and she bared her teeth at him. Now I don't know if it was her threatening looks or if the creep had caught a glimpse of my firearm that I was holding down by my side, but he suddenly dropped the amicable hiker facade and gave me this look that made my skin crawl. It was pure malice. He didn't move a step after that and didn't say anything else. It was creepy as hell. I said something along the lines of, "Don't you come near me," and we left quickly. This time I made sure he saw my weapon as I turned around. When I got to the part of the trail that loops off, I took it after checking to see if he was still in sight. The dogs were super tense and on alert, and I eventually slowed down so that I could listen, and also because I'm quite large and was about to pass out from exhaustion. The loop meanders wide around the trail and is probably a quarter of a mile or so longer than the main path, which itself is maybe a mile. When I was nearing the point that the loop hit the main trail again, my good boy began to growl once more. It was super low, so thankfully the creeper didn't hear it. He was on the main trail heading back towards the estuary. As soon as he was out of sight, we booked it the last 100 yards or so off the trail to the trailhead. The Subaru I had parked next to it had its hatch open. It hadn't been open when I'd gotten there. I tried to see the license plate, but couldn't since it was on the hatch, and I wasn't willing to take a second to pull it down to look. I basically threw my pit into the back of my Jeep. She's 90 pounds with the physique of a small hippo, as previously noted, and I'm pretty proud of that, and my other dog hopped up with her. I jumped in and took off, and right as I turned onto the road, my pit barked. That was the first and only time in my 6 months of knowing her that she's ever barked. My best guess of what happened is that as soon as I was out of sight, he started to follow me and didn't know about the other trail. He got to the trailhead ahead of me since this trail was shorter and saw my Jeep was still there, so he opened his hatch for reasons that can't have been good and headed back down the path to find me. When he heard my car door close, he raced back to the trailhead, where my very, very good girl told him what she thought of him. I swear that bark sounded like the combination of all the dirtiest words I know. It was off-season, so the state park was barely manned at all by rangers. As soon as I got back on the road where there was cell signal, I called my brother, who's a cop in the town the park borders. He wasn't on shift and it took a while for anyone to get out there. So creepy guy in the woods, let's not meet again. So my story begins in the sticks of Missouri, at an old campsite. For a few years, everyone on my mum's side of the family would meet and stay at this campsite owned by a family friend. It lies on the Mississippi, and is miles away from any town. It's about 20 acres overall of mostly cleared land, but with woods lining the perimeter, and has a pool, cafeteria, mess hall, gymnasium, and about 10 cabins. It sits next to an old plantation house that was turned into a stop on the Underground Railroad, as it has a secret room behind the fireplace that held people. Anyway, my mother, her siblings, and my grandmother all went to camp there when they were about 10 to 13 years old, so this place is at least 90 years old. There are signatures all over the cabin interior from past campers, dating back from the early 20th century, and perhaps earlier, until present. The aunts and female cousins, myself included, stayed in one cabin while the men stayed in another, and my brother and one cousin decided to be bold and stay in the one up the hill by themselves. Needless to say, they didn't get much sleep that night, and were pretty creeped out by the next day. But this isn't their story. On my side of the room, we had pushed the beds together, 3 of them, to make some sort of giant combo bed. I was on the bottom of a bunk bed at the edge of a combo bed furthest from the half-screened wooden door, and my cousin Alison was on the top bunk, and 2 other cousins were to my right in the other beds. So after the last day, we were winding down from all the activities and fun, and were telling stories, until eventually we drifted off to sleep one by one. A few hours later, I woke for no apparent reason, but when I looked towards the screen, I saw blonde/whitish hair bouncing about outside. I didn't think much of it, because my cousin, who was with my brother, had a big blonde afro at the time. I figured they were just messing around, and went back to sleep. A bit later, I awoke again, and saw a complete apparition of a woman, standing in the center of the cabin, rapidly surveying the room. She was almost completely opaque, I'd say about 85%, and was dressed in 19th century working class garb, apron, long-sleeved dress, and wore a disheveled bun. She was looking around the room, to me, and seemed confused as to what we were all doing there, but I did not feel that she was a negative presence. At this point, I was still in a stupor for having been awoken in the middle of the night, so I grabbed my flashlight that was next to me, shined it on her and said, "What?" in a whispered yell. Had I been completely conscious, this probably wouldn't have happened, but I felt reflexive. When the light hit her, she vanished. When she vanished, I felt unable to comprehend what happened at this point in the night, so I rolled over and went back to sleep. The next morning, I had somewhat of a realization of what happened, but I didn't want to tell anyone out of fear of having it dismissed as nothing and no one believing me. We were all getting ready for the day and walking to the mess hall for lunch when my cousin Alison asks me if I'd seen anything weird in the night. Shocked and relieved, I recount the story to her. Apparently, she had awoken just before me and saw the woman in the room. Not knowing how to react, she slowly turned over and tried to fall asleep again. Moments later, she heard me click my flashlight and exclaim. She said she also didn't want to feel that she was a negative presence and thought that she looked as though she was checking up on us and making sure that everyone was okay. We recently went back over this story together, and it turns out we've both experienced unexplainable things throughout our lives. We've just never talked to it to anyone, because we assumed no one would understand or want to understand. She suggested we possessed some sort of sensitivity to these kind of energies, and since her realizing it in herself has honed her ability. I agree with her, and the fact that we were the only 2 to feel her and wake up seems significant. Anyway, We told the story to the rest of the family, and everyone was spooked. We haven't returned to the campsite since. I assume it's because everyone assumes no one would want to go again because of what happened. But, like Alison and I said, she wasn't malefic at all, and I would be happy to return. This encounter happened years ago. I grew up in a tiny French village in mid-northern France, in an area that is mostly well known for its massive forest. My little village was in the middle of this forest, surrounded by trees from all sides. Most of its secluded population was of an elderly demographic. The forest was large enough that if you walked in one direction, it would be hours or even days if you chose a bad trajectory, until you'd find any other proper civilization, aside from the occasional lone road. Now, don't get me wrong, the forest is lovely, and I've spent many cherished memories there, but it's also rather secluded, and I can only begin to imagine what mysterious things happen under the cover of so many dense twigs, branches, and leaves. Every day to get to school, my mum would drive me and my sister to school in the next town over. However, on this fateful morning, we had to stop the car mere seconds after driving off. In the middle of this rather narrow and seldom used road, there was an elderly woman in her nightgown, splattered with mud and bruises and seemingly exhausted beyond her wits. She was barefoot, her feet blackened by mud and caked with lashes of blood. She didn't flinch as the car crawled towards her, nor did she show any signs of relief as my mum stepped out of the car to greet her. She was terribly confused and didn't seem entirely sure what to say or how to begin. For a moment, she just babbled incomprehensibly. But within a few seconds, a somewhat coherent sentence started to form. She was repeating that she'd ran all night, as it was roughly 7:30 in the morning in early spring, so the sun had just begun to rise not too long ago. She said she'd run through the forest not knowing where to go, but as she went on it became clear that she had been trying to escape something. She paused, catching her breath, and gathered her thoughts. It was clear that this was all a mess in her mind, and just now was she trying to collect everything coherently. Someone, she continued, had kept her locked up in a cellar. She didn't know where or how long, or who it was, simply that they had locked her up. It was damp and muddy, she said. She didn't remember how she got out. All she knew is that it was in the dead of the forest in the dead of night, so she ran as fast as her frail body would allow. At this point, it seems like she had nothing more to say, for it seemed like her nighttime escape had culminated in us meeting her. I don't exactly remember what she and my mum discussed next, but it resulted in my mother calling the old lady's son who lived on the other side of the village. A few minutes later, he arrived and told us we should leave. Fast forward a few days, I asked my mum if she knew what became of the old lady after we left her. I'm not sure how my mum found out this next bit, but apparently a few men had broken into her house that night, beaten her up, ransacked her home, stealing some of her most expensive possessions, and she had apparently fled for cover into the forest, which was only a few meters away from her house. Now, if that isn't creepy enough, a few extra details stick out in my mind. First, when we found her in the middle of that narrow road, it turns out she was standing right next to her house. Perhaps the burglars were still in her home as we spoke to her. Her sense of time did seem distorted, after all. Secondly, no mention of the supposed cellar she was being made to keep inside of. Had it been a fiction of her panic and delusion? Or had she really been locked up somewhere in the forest, only for no one to believe her? It seems unlikely, but you do occasionally stumble on old and grotty stone huts and ruins in the forest. Perhaps one of them had a few gruesome tales to share. Unfortunately, we never spoke to that family again, so we never did find out what really happened that night. I believe the elderly lady has now passed on. We will never fully find out the truth about that cellar, but nonetheless, whenever I return home and drive past that house on the narrow street, I can't help but remember the frail lady standing alone in her muddy nightgown. Some things in life you just wish you could forget ever happened. Like one cold night in England around the time of my 20th birthday. It was September, and I was going through a lot of changes in my life, including a painful breakup. To avoid just moping around my room, I decided to get out for a while, but I didn't want to go to my usual place because it reminded me too much of my ex-girlfriend. So I decided instead to visit the lake my grandfather runs. It's about the same distance, but it felt strange going the opposite direction to what I was used to. Upon entering the lake via the tall gates, my grandfather had provided me with a key to unlock. I became aware that I was completely alone here, which is not something I had counted on. I assumed that there would be fishermen, swimmers, but there wasn't a soul in sight, as this particular night was a Sunday afternoon, and the lake was closed for business. Now, aware that my grandfather had provided me with a key for the gate, and not wanting to return home, I decided to explore the woods on my own. I began my journey through the trees, not wanting to go near the lake as the sky darkened. It began to blacken the water's surface. The sight of that huge lake on the verge of freezing filled me with dread. It was foolish of me to start this late in the day, but waking up so late and not leaving the house had made me completely lose track of how fast it gets dark this time of year. After 15 minutes of walking, I turned right back around and walked the way I came, or at least I thought I did. But over 20 minutes later, had I realized something had gone drastically wrong, as I was looking around for the green gates which I had previously entered, and they were nowhere in sight. Thoughts raced through my mind, like the fact that I might just be spending the night in here. Lost and terrified in the woods, I ran. My heart pounded, and the sky became alarmingly dark. My family were going to wonder why I wasn't home. It was all too much, and I was forced to do the one thing I didn't want to do in the world: sit on a dead tree log in the middle of this dark and unfamiliar forest. I waited there and composed myself. It became clear to me that my best chance was to find the path, so I began to set off in a random direction, when all of a sudden I heard the unmistakable sound of twigs snapping behind me. I whipped back, and what I saw without a doubt was the most horrific sight I've ever laid eyes on. Where I had been just moments before sat a man. His rigid arms stuck out shockingly to the sides. It was impossible to tell whether he was clothed or not, as his entire body was caked in a thick white powder. His hair was also indistinguishable from the chalky coating. The only things visible were his eyes, which were wide open and bulging, and his mouth, which gaped open in a sickening manner. We stayed this way, perfectly still, until the scene was shattered by the man letting out a horrendous hacking cough. Plumes of white dust exhumed from his mouth. Something inside me screamed to get the hell out of there, so I turned and ran as fast as my legs could carry me, away from that horrific coughing sound. I didn't even look back, quickly finding the path and then almost immediately after the gates, which despite being tall, I climbed over instead of trying to unlock the lock. When I got home, I explained what I saw to my parents and eventually calmed down. My mother tells me that the lake, like a lot of lakes, was originally used as a quarry, and in fact, miners could have been crushed to death in cave-ins mining chalk in the dangerous conditions of the mine. Although that was years ago now, I still have never been so scared, and I will still never go back there for as long as I live. This happened 2 years ago in Oregon. It was my birthday in April. We took a trip deep woods hiking and camping, as that was my favorite thing to do. I also remember this incident well, as this was a time when my wisdom tooth was flaring up and I was in pain. Not excruciating, but certainly annoying. We had spent the day driving around the woods and hiking when nightfall had started to set in. It had rained all day, sometimes hard and other times barely a mist. But as the sun started to set, you could tell there was a nasty spring storm rolling in. We drove up a remote forest road that hadn't been maintained in what seemed like years. The trees had grown into the road and scraped against the vehicle, but we liked camping off the beaten path to avoid humans. We had come to an area where the road widened on the top of the butte and was surrounded by second-growth forest and some scattered old-growth trees. We stopped the car and prepared the car for sleeping. I don't sleep in a tent anymore. I flat out refuse. We had sat in the car listening to the wind pick up, and it was going to be a nasty storm. The trees were rocking, and it was a bit unnerving. Being on a high point on the terrain made the wind a bit worse. We had the windows down, as there was more wind, and the rain was only a drizzle. That night wasn't particularly cold, so it was comfortable to have the windows down. That's when I started to hear the noises. Every so often I'd hear what sounded like two men talking off in the woods. You can hear it more clearly from my side of the car, when the wind calmed down in between gusts. You could kind of hear it when the wind picked up though, more drowned out. I could tell whatever it was making these sounds was off at a distance. You couldn't make out anything they were saying. It sounded like they were having a very continuous conversation though, as there were never any breaks in the noise. My roommate was talking, and I asked him to stop for a moment and listen. He then heard the voices and didn't know what to make of it. Then things got ugly. At least my fear level shot to that point. We started to hear what sounded like a baby crying off in the distance on my roommate's side of the car. That for some reason made me absolutely nauseous. It's the middle of nowhere, pitch black outside, and all these noises are not your typical crickets and are louder than the winds of the storm. As these noises seemed to get closer, we decided we'd had enough and drove in the direction of leaving this forest road. When we got to about 2 miles down the road, it intersected with a more maintained forest road, and we stopped there to organize all the stuff, as we had gotten comfortable, leaving blankets on us and food out. As we sat there organizing the stuff, we heard the sound of people talking at a distance. Then they stopped altogether. We sat there in silence for 15 minutes, and you could hear something running down the road from behind the car. It ran right up to the car faster than anything I'd ever seen. It's like it floated, and this huge black mass comes right up to the driver's side window. That's when my roommate floored it, and we took off. I couldn't see any details of this creature, as it was pitch black outside, but it was extremely large and dark. The mass was like an upright cow running up to your car. We ended up getting to the main highway and drove another half hour down the ridge and camped elsewhere. By then we were exhausted. Nothing happened at the new location, but I was on edge. It was a birthday I'll never forget. I still deep wilderness hike, but with protection, and even then I still feel intimidated at times. As you're walking, you seem to feel fine, but when you stop for a break, you catch that feeling sometimes, like something is staring daggers through you from the tree line. This is a story of my first encounter with the paranormal that I can remember. I was about 8 or 9 years old, playing with my little cousins at their parents' house during a family gathering. Behind their house is a large forest located in northeast Florida. My cousins, their neighbor, and I were playing hide and seek in the forest, and the only rule their parents had was to stay within sight of the house. Of course, we didn't listen. I was getting bored of the game and wanted to do some exploring. I convinced the other kids to join me as we headed deeper into the forest. I noticed this ball of light floating in midair. I thought I was seeing things. I remember rubbing my eyes to make sure it wasn't in my head, and I asked my cousins if they saw it too, and when I pointed it out, they confirmed it was there. It was bright and bobbed back and forth, changing from a yellowish color to a transparent green hue. We followed it for I can't remember how long, but we reached a small cabin and the orb disappeared. It was dusk at this point, and curiosity got the best of me. My cousins and the neighbor's kid were too scared to go up, but I peeked inside the window, and I saw a dim light inside through a window, and what I thought was a human skull sitting on a table next to some jars. Then a shadow from within moved across the far wall. I got chills and signaled the other kids to run back the way we came and took off immediately behind them. We ran as fast as we could and didn't stop until we were inside the house, and I locked the door behind us. I remember getting in trouble because our parents couldn't see us from the kitchen window. I didn't tell my mom or anyone else what I'd seen because I didn't want to scare my cousin or worry my parents. To be frank, I'm not sure if what I saw was even there. Later that night, I woke up to the sound of helicopters and dogs barking outside. It was well past midnight, and I asked my mum, who was standing in the kitchen with the rest of the adults that stayed over after the party that was going on. They all had their eyes glued to whatever was happening in the backyard through the kitchen window. She said they found the body of a woman in the forest and a cabin where her killer was staying, and there was a manhunt going on. I remember being unable to sleep for the rest of the night, and the glaring white lights that shined through the folds of the blinds from the helicopters above. I'm still not sure what that orb was. Maybe it was the spirit of the woman who was trying to lead someone to her killer. I'm not even sure if one of the other kids told anyone about the cabin we saw, and if it was one of the parents that called the police. I just remember that we were never allowed to go near the tree line again when we visited after that night. I never wanted to anyway. I'm 24 now, and have had many other experiences since then, but this is one that I actually forgot about and reminded myself of recently while reading up Will-O-Wisps, so I thought I'd share where it all began for me.
Back when I was 16, me and my friends spent a lot of time together at a caravan site on the outskirts of my town. One of my friends, Jack, had a little cabin there that his parents owned. We spent most of our evenings at that cabin, drinking and hanging out. We'd have the occasional barbecue or party, but mostly it was just a chilled place to go and relax. One night, it was one of my friend's birthdays, so naturally we headed to the caravan site for a night of underage drinking. It was about 10 p.m. or so when we realized we'd run out of alcohol. So the oldest looking of us, Nathan and Tom, volunteered to pop to the nearest corner store to stock up on drinks. While they were gone, We just listened to music and played on the Xbox. Just less than an hour went by before we heard a loud bang on the window. I pulled back the curtains with a wide grin on my face, thinking it was Nathan and Tom back with the drinks and trying to scare us. It was so dark outside, I couldn't see them. I stuck my tongue out to the night and shut the curtains. They could come in the unlocked front door any time they wanted. Suddenly, a bang came on the window again, quickly followed by a series of loud and violent bangs on the side of the cabin. We heard a man's voice angrily shout, "Oi!" from outside. "Oi, you in there?" This wasn't Nathan and Tom. Jack got up to go outside and see what was going on. He just opened the door when a bald, stocky man in his 40s grabbed Jack by the scruff of the neck. We didn't know what to do. This man just shook Jack and yelled in his face. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but he was furious. Then the banging started again. There were more men circling the cabin and banging on the walls and windows. Me and my friends just stood at the edge of the room, as far away from the windows as we could, not doing or saying anything, whilst poor Jack was being beaten outside. In hindsight, we should have helped him, but hell, from the sounds of it there were 10 or so men outside, and we weren't about to face them. One of them was shouting that he was going to kill him, over and over. We couldn't call the police either. We just spent the whole time underage drinking and didn't want to get ourselves in trouble. I texted Nathan and Tom to let them know what was happening and to not come back to the cabin. But they had arrived as the men were hiding round the back. After what seemed like hours, but must have only been about 30 minutes, it suddenly went silent. We tentatively went to the door, but the men and Jack were gone. Worried about our friend, we all went looking for him and found him sat at the far end of the caravan park by the river, head in his hands. We asked if he was okay, but he told us to piss off. After that, we just went back to the cabin in silence and waited for him to come back. He didn't. Jack stopped showing up for school after that. Turns out he'd had a breakdown following the incident and would spend most of his time locked away in his room. We only found this out from his parents. I haven't spoken to Jack in years, and we never went back to the cabin following that night. I still don't know who those men were, or what they wanted with Jack, or why they all went away so quietly.
This was around the time I was 11 years old. My dad had just bought a log cabin in the woods of Maine. The place was completely dead, and while we had neighbors, we rarely saw them. We had already spent a few nights up there in previous trips, about a 250-mile trip just to get there, by the way. We decided to take another trip up there for a long weekend, as this cabin was old. My parents decided to get work done on it to make it more appealing, so they hired people to come and redo stuff in the rooms. So at the time there was only one bedroom available for us to sleep in. As night fell, we all got ready to go to sleep. There were 6 of us in that one room: Mum, Dad, me, and 2 brothers and sister. In the middle of the night, I wake up to audibly clear bootsteps in the living room. The bedroom was connected to the living room, and all that was between us and the living room was an old wooden door and a rusty deadbolt lock that would definitely come off if someone were to kick the door. As I was still waking up, I was in a foggy state, as most people are while waking up. I wasn't all there, and then I heard the voice of my sister saying, Do you hear that? So now I know this isn't a part of my dream, and that this is real. I sit up quickly and look to the other bed, and both my parents and sister are looking at the door and at each other. My heart starts to race, not knowing what to think. I then hear my sister say, "Are we going to die?" Which really doesn't help the situation at hand, as my other brother starts waking up. The boot steps stop for a moment, then continue. Mind you, there was no fading of the steps, which means the sound came from the general area. We continue to just look at each other in fear and worry, none of us knowing how or why someone got into our cabin. As my last brother begins to wake up, the boot steps stop. My dad then gets out of bed, grabs the machete he placed under it, and heads towards the door, placing his ear on the door slowly, and tries to see if he can hear anything else. In one quick motion, he unlocks the door while yielding his weapon prepared for anybody. He walked out into the living room to check the other rooms and ensure that everything was clear, and it was. As a matter of fact, all the doors and windows were locked, and there was no possible entry into the cabin, seeing as nothing was tampered with. It was hard to get back to sleep that night. As I woke up that morning, there was no possible entry into that cabin, and nothing had been tampered with. As you can imagine, it was hard to get back to sleep that night. I woke up that morning, and I remembered what happened that previous night, remembering those clear boot steps, and I even confirmed with my family that it wasn't a dream, and that we could all experience the same thing. As there was no possible way a person could have entered the house, I came to the conclusion that this was paranormal. I had my deal of paranormal experiences growing up, and me and my family have tried to debunk this but cannot come up with a solid solution. If you have any reasonable explanation, please let me know. And just so you know, the boot steps definitely came from inside the house. A number of years back, me and my girlfriend decided to go camping in the nearby woods. These woods are fairly large, and we had made it our habit every weekend to go out and explore for our exercise. But on this occasion, we opted to stay out a little bit until after dark. So we packed our gear in the morning and made a fun hike to a local creek in the middle of these woods. It was very remote and we were the only people there. I wasn't sure about camping laws, but my girlfriend said we'd be fine, so we set up our tent and tried to settle in for the evening. We'd brought a portable power bank, and fortunately there was still signal in the area, as I had a lot of scrolling to do through all my social media apps. It was getting late, around 10 p.m. The sun had already set, and I was just waiting to go to bed in our little sleeping bag. As we snuggle in and turn off our little lamp, I'm finding it very hard to sleep on the admittedly quite uncomfortable floor. My girlfriend has no trouble sleeping, and when she's out, she's like a rock. I lie there tossing and turning, trying not to disturb her, and after a while I get hot and frustrated, unzip myself, and walk outside in the dark, thinking that I just need to calm down and cool off before I can get to sleep. But that's when I hear something strange. I hear what sounds like children's laughter in the faraway distance. I look around and I see nothing. It's pitch black. There can't be any children here, I think to myself. So I peer my eyes even further into the darkness to see if I can spot any lights far away that would account for this creepy noise. There's nothing. Now feeling more anxious and awake than before, I resolve to not go back in, but to have a poke around and see where this sound is coming from. Aside from being creepy, isn't it very unsafe for young kids to be playing in the dark at night in the middle of the woods? Of course it is. So I make my way over to where the sound is coming from. But the closer I think I get, the further away it still remains. After a while, there is complete silence, and I stop dead in my tracks. Something told me not to move. It was quite dark this night. Had I moved another few steps or so, I would have fallen down a hole that I had previously not seen. It was like a ditch where trees didn't grow. It was strange, perhaps an ancient riverbed. Nonetheless, had the voices in the woods guided me to this spot, attempting to push my fate, attempting to make me fall? I don't think I'll ever know for sure. All that I do know is that I made it back to the tent, didn't sleep a wink, and in the morning convinced my girlfriend to take us home. I never explained why, but she understood from my look that it terrified me to my core. Some things are best left unsaid. So this happened when me and my family were on vacation in Pigeon Forge. I was in high school at the time, and we stayed in a 2-story, 2-bedroom cabin in the mountainous wooded area. On the trip we made, my parents, my sister, and my grandfather, who has recently been diagnosed with dementia. The upstairs part of the cabin contained a bedroom and a kitchen/living room, with narrow stairs leading down to a room with a pool table and a couch, and then to the master bedroom. My parents slept in the master bedroom, of course. I slept on the couch in the room with the pool table. My sister slept upstairs on a couch, and my grandfather slept on the other bedroom upstairs. Well, second night there, things start happening. I'm laying on the couch and everyone else is asleep. I'm playing my Game Boy, which has the volume turned all the way down, when I start hearing mumbling coming from across the room. My parents' door is open, so I just brush it off as sound bouncing off the wall and not mention it to anyone. The next night, I again hear the mumbling, so I walk into my parents' bedroom and both are just watching TV. I ask what they're talking about, to which they reply they weren't, and they were watching Family Guy when it happened, so it wasn't like I was hearing the TV. So I go back in, sit down, and I hear a pool ball roll across the table. I'm pretty scared, but you know, I'm a man. So I do nothing and eventually fall asleep. Next night, the same thing happens, only a lot more frequently. During the last night there, I'm getting used to hearing noises and pool balls rolling. All of a sudden I hear one of the pool sticks slam into the ground when it was currently laying flat on the center of the table. Then I see this shadow pass in front of the opening in front of my mum and dad's bedroom. Then I feel this ice-cold tingly feeling, sensation kind of thing on my ankle. It felt like someone was grabbing my ankle, and I noped right off that couch and into my parents' bedroom. My mum immediately says, "You saw the shadow too then?" And I was like, "Yeah, and I've been hearing all this other stuff." My sister then runs down the stairs because she gets awoken by the commotion. I tell Dad to turn off the TV, and we all hear mumbling and pool balls rolling. Mum makes Dad go upstairs to check if it's Grandpa talking. While he's gone, we continue to hear the mumbling. Dad gets back and says that he was sound asleep. So a few years later, I decided that I wanted to go back to check it out. I tried to book the cabin, but it no longer appears on the website. I think it's been torn down or remodeled. But I know that it once existed. This was back in 2014, but I still remember it like it were yesterday. My grandparents had this cabin that was way up in the mountains. After my grandpa died, my grandma pretty much lived up there since she liked it. I had just finished my second year of college, and my parents and I decided to visit since it had been a while. Now, this was the first time I had stayed there overnight, since we would usually stay at their regular house when we visited. I remember my uncle claimed he saw a ghost when he stayed up there, but I didn't think anything of it because he usually exaggerates and makes things up. I was the only one still awake at around 2 in the morning, and I heard what sounded like someone walking around outside. There was gravel all around the cabin, so you could hear footsteps. I initially thought it was an animal, but I decided to look out the window to be safe. I was afraid a person might be out there, because she did have some shady neighbors. I'm looking and saw no one despite hearing something out there. I turned the outside lights on to see better, and again, saw nothing. The footsteps sounded like they stopped right outside the front door. I looked through the peephole on the door and didn't see anything. There were no footprints around either, which was weird because it had rained earlier, and everything was very muddy around the cabin. If something had been waiting around the corner, they wouldn't have had to go through the mud before getting to the gravel. So that's why I figured there would be footprints. Now here's where it gets even creepier. I go into the kitchen to grab a drink, thinking that it must have been an animal when I hear this deep voice. Now it was really low, and I couldn't understand what it was saying. It freaked me out, because I know my dad's voice isn't that low, and neither is my mum or grandma's. I call out, "What?" and the voice stopped. I peek into my grandma's room, because she sometimes listened to the radio at night, but it was off. The TV wasn't on either. I looked all over and find nothing. Needless to say, I didn't sleep that night. I still have no clue what I experienced, but I'm now starting to believe my uncle's ghost story. The footsteps creeped me out more than the voice because it was very slow and sounded like someone was taking their time walking to the door. I also felt like I was being watched too. I didn't like staying there after that night. I sometimes wonder if the ghost of my great-grandfather who built the cabin still resides there. He had a deep voice from what I can remember. The whole experience was very odd, and it still gives me chills whenever I think about it. My family have a cabin. It's actually a 2-story house up in the Appalachian Mountains, but we call it a cabin. We share it with our extended family, and I've got the absolute best memories up there. But the house is nearly 200 years old, and when you're up there all alone, or sometimes in the dead of night, it just feels off. And nearly everyone has experienced some sort of bizarre experience there. The house sits on 350 acres, and one day, my grandfather went out hunting on the property. The sun was just beginning to set when he saw some sort of big black creature sitting near a tree line. It and my grandfather stared at each other, and my grandfather fired a shot into the air, hoping to scare it. The creature stood up on its hind legs and walked back into the forest. He said the face was very cat-like, and it had a slinking gait with its long black tail. He was an avid hunter his whole life and knew of every kind of creature that lived in those mountains, but he'd never seen such a weird creature as that. And then, a couple of days later, as my immediate family and I were visiting, I saw some weird creature through my bedroom window at night. It looked like an enormous black wolf. When we locked eyes, it ran straight at me, and I instinctively jumped back. When I looked out again, it was gone. But my mum had an experience that chills me to the bone. For some reason, she was spending the night in the room that I usually stay in when I go up there. I don't remember the reasoning for it, but I hadn't joined her on the trip that time. She awoke in the middle of the night to a strange tapping noise against the hardwood floor. She stayed absolutely still and listened as the tapping turned to what sounded like claws scraping against the floor. They started from one end of the room, traveled across the floor under the bed she was sleeping in, and ended in front of the closed closet door. She was on her side facing the closet, but she kept her eyes closed and scarcely breathed. She says it was the most terrified she has ever been. Apparently, this clawing noise continued off and on throughout the whole night, and she didn't really get any sleep. There was even a moment that it seemed to hesitate next to her bed, and she could feel something staring at her mere inches from her face. So yeah, those are a few of the experiences that I know of that have happened there, but it's such a lovely house, and I have the most fantastic and wonderful memories from there. And I've spent the night in that very same room that my mum had the terrifying experience in many times since, even as recently as last weekend, and I've never heard or seen anything while sleeping there.
About 10 years ago, a friend of mine and I were browsing the interwebs in the living room of a house my father built here on the coast of North Carolina. The setup is a shotgun house, with a lot of the open space on one end, and the living room occupies the same area as the dining/kitchen. While my friend is hogging the computer, messing around with my mum's Windows XP settings more than likely. Nothing was particularly out of place and I was feeling bored. I looked at the entryway to the hall/kitchen. Then suddenly and soundlessly, a 7-foot-tall person walks into view. I'm fixated on it, as there hadn't been anything I had ever seen quite like it. There was a sense of masculinity to its shape, but overall its features were blurred by a shadowy kind of semi-static. I hadn't heard anyone come in, and it was dark anyway, so I thought maybe my eyes weren't focused and that this was someone who had broken in. It turned its face to me. I shifted in my chair and could do little else before it did the strangest thing. I felt like it focused on me in that moment and did this kind of single or half jumping jack with all its limbs spread out. My visual perception of it inverted, and the area it occupied became 100% see-through, and I could see my kitchen through it. But everything else became an opaque, staticky rainbow of colors emitting from its form. I felt a surge of adrenaline through my system, and all my hairs stood on end as the image faded from my vision. I was immobilized, with my attempting to comprehend what had happened in less than 10 seconds. I was stuck with my first rationalization: intruder. I ran into the kitchen and grabbed a long, thick blade, running through the house, checking every closet, corner, and behind every door while my puzzled friend watched. I asked if he had seen anything, recanting my brief experience. He gave me a funny look, and we went back to the computer after I finished my sweep. I was on edge, but nothing else happened. I have long since looked up information on what it could have been, and about the history of our property. As far as I can tell, most of our place had been used as trash burning spots for a cabin that had long since been torn down, and other houses built over it. The best I can figure, if it wasn't just my imagination, it's likely something like a shadow person. But then again, I don't know. What do you guys think?
I was on a weekend getaway with my girlfriend. We rented a cabin on Airbnb. It was very secluded and charming, nestled at the top of a hill in the forest. We like to cook together, so we brought a bunch of groceries that we picked up on our ride out to the woods. The grocery store had a section of loose candy sold by weight, and we filled a few bags. One bag had caramels, another had chocolate-covered cherries. The first night we made a big dinner, snacking on the caramels as we cooked. When it came time for dessert, we considered opening the bag of cherries, which were still twist-tied and untouched. They looked pretty, tessellated in neat rows there behind the crinkly plastic. But we felt lazy and kept with the caramels, eating a few and then climbing into bed with sticky teeth. The next morning, we woke up to find the bag of cherries standing on the counter right where we'd left it, but completely empty. The little gold twist tie lay next to it, unfurled. Everything looked like it had been handled carefully, as the bag was free of wrinkles and we couldn't find a single cherry anywhere. We spent the better part of the day convincing each other that neither of us was pranking the other, and that neither had eaten them all that night, but was too embarrassed to admit it. We still reminisce about this and trade theories. We don't think it was an animal, because even something as dexterous as a raccoon would have certainly left a cherry or two out of place. Our best guess still gives me chills. Maybe someone was living in the basement of this vacation home, listening to us the whole time.
My uncle had just gotten married, and he and his wife and her daughter had gone to Big Bear as a sort of honeymoon trip. He rented a cabin in a nice area near the lake. They had all settled in and had a nice day at the lake, came inside, had dinner, and after some TV time around 8ish, his wife and her daughter went to bed. It was a small one-bedroom cabin, so the layout was like one small hallway that led out to the back of the cabin, where the entrance to the bedroom was across, and a ways up was the bathroom. So the bathroom and the bedroom don't look into one another. You would cross the bathroom entrance before reaching the bedroom if you were going down the hall from the living room/kitchen area. The living room and kitchen were one big room at the front of the cabin. My uncle had stayed up to watch TV, and an hour or so passes by and he has to pee. So he goes into the bathroom and doesn't bother closing the door because no one was up there anyway, and proceeds to do his business. As he's doing so, he sees his wife pass by the doorway on her way towards the living room/kitchen area. He finishes up, heads into the hallway to catch up with her, and sees her at the end of the hallway. He was about to say something when she kind of half turns towards the kitchen, and suddenly flies into the kitchen at breakneck speed, making no noise, and disappears. He runs down the hall, which is only really a few steps into the dark room, lit only by the TV still on, and no one's there. No lights are on, no one's in the kitchen at this point, and he was pretty unnerved, so he goes back down the hallway and looks into the room to see his wife and daughter 100% asleep and undisturbed in bed. He realized that the woman he saw wore a knee-length white sleeping gown, while his wife was wearing pajamas. So he has no idea who it was that he saw walk past him in the restroom, or who it was that flew unnaturally into the kitchen. He was scared, but saw no reason to wake up his wife or kid. But he didn't want to go to bed, so as soon as they woke up, they packed up and left before he told them what he had seen. Later on, he called up the owner of the cabin and asked him if anything weird had happened up in the cabin. The guy went, "Oh, you saw her?" He hadn't told the guy that he had seen a woman at this point, only that he was wondering if anything odd had been reported in the cabin prior. I live in Victoria, Australia, and we don't get much snow unless you venture up into the mountain area where the climate is significantly colder.
As expected, I very rarely see snow in person, so during my childhood, my mum and I would visit my papa up in Glenorchy, Victoria at least once a year. He would drive us up to a nearby mountain where we would indulge in what little snow we could play in. It was never particularly much, but we loved it. I have a distinct memory of the nausea from the bending roads and my ears getting blocked from ascending so fast. And I'll never forget the fear that our car would swerve off the narrow road and fall off the cliff. Ah, good times. It was one of these trips that my mum and I went on a small hike through a thriving forest up in the mountains. Unfortunately, I don't remember the name of the location, as I was around 8 to 11 years old at the time. There wasn't much snow as usual, just patches, but it was beautiful, and there was no one else in sight. I can't recall why it was just the two of us at that moment. My papa did have a short-term camper at the time, so possibly my mum just wanted a break from him. I remember feeling so content with our lives at that moment. Then this feeling washed over us, a feeling of impending doom and danger. It was a sinking feeling in my chest. I remember asking my mum something like, "Do you feel that?" as we stood there bewildered. We felt like we didn't belong here, that we should leave immediately. Now, might I add that this was during the day, not at night. I had been in Scouts most of my childhood and was very familiar with this type of environment. Yet here we were, frantically looking around for the source of this dread we were feeling deep in our gut. It felt like we were being watched, like 1,000 judgmental eyes were gazing upon us. It was so intimidating. I remember my heart beating rapidly and my body shaking as we quickly paced back to Papa's car. There was no sound of sticks breaking, no ominous figures within the trees, and no growling of monsters. This was just a feeling. I asked my mum to describe her side of the story, and she remembers an image in her head of a large creature crawling up the mountain to get us. She felt as if this was in the wind. Every big gust it would come closer and closer. There was a nagging voice in her telling her to leave and get out, over and over, and getting louder the longer we were there. It was a bit dramatic, but still an interesting interpretation of the same event. Fortunately, nothing else happened that day. We made it back to the car safely and carried on with our trip. Who knows? I thought I was the only one who remembered this experience, and I just assumed it was all in my head. After all, I'm a very anxious child, and my mind could have exaggerated it. However, it was only a couple of years ago that my mum mentioned it, and I realized it did really happen. It makes me so happy, because I crave these paranormal and unexplained experiences in my life, yet I've had very little luck. Maybe it's my skeptical nature that hindered me from accepting that our world is a lot more supernatural than we perceive it. This is my uncle's story. He lives in West Virginia, one of the more remote states in the eastern United States. While his main house is in town, he also has a small cabin up on Spruce Knob, where he and my aunt would go during the summers. This cabin is very remote and accessed only by jeep trails and isn't connected to the electrical grid. So my aunt and uncle decided to take advantage of a 3-day weekend sometime in the late 80s and headed out to the cabin for some fly fishing and relaxation in the woods. When they arrived, my aunt went out to sketch some, while my uncle unpacked and built a fire in the fireplace, as it was already getting dark. As night became fall, my uncle noted how unusually quiet the woods were. He'd been camping, canoeing, and backpacking all over the world, and he still says that this is the quietest he'd ever heard them. He and my aunt packed everything up and went to bed late. Sometime around midnight, my uncle awoke to a strange thumping and scratching noise coming from outside. He thought it was probably a bear or coyote trying to get at the dog, and he grabbed his .444 Marlin to go deal with it. As he pulled the gun out from its case, the door to the outside swung open, and a large hairy shape that was vaguely humanoid appeared silhouetted in the moonlight. He said he never got quite a good look at it, but the one thing he really remembers is the overpowering smell, a stench of decay and two glowing red-yellow eyes. He quickly emptied the 444, and while he didn't get a kill shot, he did scratch the beast's arm, which caused it to run squealing into the woods. He and my aunt immediately grabbed their things, got in their Bronco and hightailed it out of there. Whatever my uncle saw never really bothered them again, and when he returned in the morning with more people and more firepower, he found little evidence of any intrusion, except for a single strange clawed footprint in the front of the cabin and claw marks on the door. I don't know whether to believe my uncle or not, as he's known for telling tall tales. However, unlike his other stories, he was completely serious when he told this one, and my aunt backed him up. This story has always deeply disturbed me, as I too spend a lot of time in the woods, and I will be making a trip up to their cabin this summer, so perhaps I will see this strange beast too. When I was young, my parents told me not to go into the woods behind my house, that they were dangerous, that there were wild animals that could hurt me, and to always stay within the garden. There was a small fence that kept our property separate from the woods, and I, for the most part, did what I was told. But being a curious 7-year-old, one day curiosity got the better of me. I remember my father was cooking in the kitchen, and my mother must have been doing something upstairs, I don't remember what, and curiosity got the better of me. I opened up the fence and made my way across just to have a peek into the woods. I told myself I wouldn't take long and that I'd be back in a jiffy before my parents noticed. The woods were quite cool. From my bedroom I could see fairly far into them, but there were parts that I'd never seen before. The further I got, the more interested I became. I was getting very curious, and I saw something shiny on the floor ahead of me. I went to collect it and found a coin. I think it must have been a dime, and I was very pleased as a 7-year-old to have such a large amount of currency. In my young brain, I told myself there must be more money scattered about, so I kept on looking, and that is where my downfall happened. While I was looking around, I failed to realize a tree root conveniently popping out of the ground. I tripped over it and tumbled deep into a ditch. I must have been at least 5 feet deep, and I was tangled between leaves and rocks. My arm hurt like hell, and I started to scream. I tried to move, but my arm was in so much pain. I can't even begin to describe how hurt I was. I managed to somehow stumble to my feet, and that's when I realized that without 2 functioning arms, there was no way I was going to get out of this hole. It was very deep, and I was screwed. I started screaming out for what felt like hours. Finally, just before dark, do I hear my parents calling my name. I shout at them that I was here, and my parents, instead of scolding me for going into the woods, just picked me up out of the hole. My dad had to jump in first, and took me to the nearest hospital. Turns out I'd fractured my arm in a couple of different places. I'd also hurt my back significantly, which is something I didn't notice, and had an assortment of small cuts and bruises on many other places across my body. The doctors said that they were very lucky to have found me when they did, as staying there overnight could have rapidly deteriorated my condition. In any case, I realized that maybe I shouldn't have gone out exploring in the woods, and I didn't go out there again until I was about 15, angsty, and needed a place to vent. But I never went as far as I did that first time. Please keep an eye on your kids, people. My life could have ended up a whole lot different if my parents hadn't have found me. This particular event happened to me when I was around 10 or 11. I had been visiting my grandpa's cabin in Big Bear Lake several times a year ever since I was a child. This isn't the first paranormal event I've experienced there, but it is definitely the most memorable. A little backstory. My grandma's cabin sits at the end of a cul-de-sac right at the end of a vast, mostly unpopulated, aside from a few other cabins, stretch of forest. No matter what I do or how I'm feeling, I always have a very strong sensation that I'm being watched when I'm in many of the rooms of the cabin alone, day or night. I've seen shadow creatures many times in this cabin. I've heard strange knocking, whispering, and just generally feel like there's something else there with us. My grandma has told me of similar experiences and has warned me before that if I ever get a strange feeling when I'm walking into the forest, to go home immediately. But she never elaborated. Anyway, me and my dad and my uncle were walking on a trail that we've been on hundreds of times before, when we reach the first peak of a hill that we usually like to stop and look out at the view from. My dad and uncle wanted to keep hiking for a bit, but I decided to go back to the cabin on my own, as it was only 5 to 10 minutes away. I head down the usual path that I go on, and I'm not thinking too much about it when I realize that I have no idea where I am. Everything looked the same as usual, but something was wrong. The normal path was different in a way that I can't explain. It seemed to be 10 times as long as usual, and everything was silent, and there was absolutely no wildlife around me, not even a squirrel. I kept having all of these morbid thoughts coming into my head about how I was lost forever, or how some sort of creature was going to swoop in on me. Every 10 minutes or so, I'd end up at part of the trail that I definitely recognized, only to be in a completely alien area moments later. The path kept winding and winding downhill, and the sun was setting pretty rapidly. I had to have been walking in the direction of the cabin for more than an hour, because I remember I was checking my watch and panicking. At this point, I just accepted that I was lost. I finally made it down to the street and was relieved to be able to orient myself. But I was only 1 street away from the cabin, although I should have been much further. I was expecting my father and uncle to be home by now, and for my parents to be worried about me being gone so long. But instead, my mother asked me why I came back so soon. I asked how long they'd been out there for, and my mother said that we'd only walked about 15 minutes longer from where I'd left them. I don't know if I'm reading into this too much, and if I was just a kid with different perceptions, but something felt very off about the whole ordeal. This happened to me when I was in grade 6 10 years ago, around September. At recess and lunch, we went outside on nice days. The schoolyard consisted of 2 playgrounds, a soccer field, and a baseball field surrounded by a wooded area. We were not supposed to go into the woods, but there were a few monitors out keeping an eye on 100 or so kids. On this particular day, my friend Courtney was in the woods and came running back, telling me and my other friend Justin to follow her in. A couple of meters in, there sat a tent and a middle-aged man sitting nearby. We're a little freaked out, but the guy immediately explained to us that he was homeless and hungry. Us, thinking we were clever, asked to see his ID to know if we could trust him. I remember his first name was Justin, the same as my friend, and after this we left with the impression that homeless Justin was a nice guy. So the next day we decided to pack some extra snacks for recess to give to homeless Justin. For the next 3 days we brought homeless Justin food and had brief visits with him. We tried to keep him a secret for the other kids, but being so young we weren't so good at hiding that we were sneaking into the woods each recess. On the last day I saw Justin, he told us that these woods weren't big enough, and asked if there were any bigger woods around the area for him to live in. Wanting to help, I explained that there were in fact deep woods near my house, a 5-minute walk away. After school, Courtney and I walked him there, as Courtney lived up at the top of the hill, closer to the woods. So when I got to my house, I left to go home, and for Courtney to bring him up to the top where the path to the woods began. Now this man never actively tried to hurt myself or my friends, but Courtney came and told me the next day at school that the police had found them at the top of the hill and arrested homeless Justin. Courtney and I still aren't sure how they found out what was happening and where they were going. And the next day at school, the principal came into our class extremely angry that we had been foolish enough to help a random dude living in the woods. But our young minds couldn't wrap our head around why. So we decided to Google Justin's name. Turns out local news had published that he had murdered his girlfriend and son and was on the run from police. So random guy living in the woods behind my elementary school. Let's not meet again. I was walking home from school as a young teenager / preteen along a rural, heavily wooded road, and I passed one of 2 dilapidated hunting cabins visible from the roadside. They hadn't been used since the early 20th century, save as popular locations for kids to explore. I saw a group of 3 kids who looked slightly older than me, and who were dressed in what struck me as strangely formal fashion. I distinctly remember a red bow tie, and all 3 were in dress shirts and a dress blouse. 2 boys and 1 girl. I watched them walk into the cabin. The boys appeared to be goading the girl in. She was playful, resisting and giggling, and they didn't seem particularly sinister. But I was curious as I didn't know them, and there weren't a lot of kids in the general vicinity of where I lived. So I went up to the cabin. I couldn't have arrived more than 30 seconds after they did, including a brief, "Is this creepy of me?" kind of pause. When I look inside, the place was empty. It had a single room, no closet space, and no furniture to hide in. There were old bed springs, but the fabric had long rotted away. There was no attic or basement area. I'd seen the space under the cabin before. There was no exit, except for a high window which was narrow, and I seriously doubt the 3 of them could have fit there, let alone in that span of time. I wrote this off at the time as my mind playing tricks on me. Sometime later, I would come to learn about the 3 kids who had, decades earlier, lived in the area. 2 boys and a girl. They were known to have spent a long time exploring the old cabins, family graveyards, and Indian caves that were dotted in the local woods. One day the girl vanished after telling a friend that she was going off on one such mini adventure. Both boys swore up and down that they had not met up with her on that day. Her disappearance was never solved, and I'm 100% certain that I was not aware of this story at the time when I witnessed the vanishing teenagers. Living in the Green Mountain National Forest in Vermont, I've seen and heard tons of weird stuff. One time, I was walking down the road and found a coyote skull, with the eyes still intact, sitting in the road. It had mostly been stripped by birds at this point, but I'll never forget the eyes. It was April, and my best guess was that it got trapped in the snow that winter, died, and as soon as it started melting, other animals decapitated it and left it in the road. Now, I've had some stuff happen to me that I can't explain. I was walking on a seldom used abandoned settlement trail in the early spring, when the least amount of hikers around. I was 17 at the time. As I headed up the trail, I could hear a distinct humming in the woods, a little bit away from me. It sounded like a woman, but no one should have been out there at the time. It's a trail that's rarely ever used in the summertime, when people are out and about in the woods. It also, at first, seemed far enough away that whoever it was couldn't see me, making the chances of it being someone messing with me almost zero. For a while I kept walking, telling myself it was something natural, like a stream of water running against the snow and rocks. But every time I stopped, it stopped too. When I would continue on, it would get louder. I got a terrible feeling in the pit of my stomach and turned on my heel back the way I came towards my car. I think I was probably a half-mile in at this point, and something in my brain told me to run, and I took off, even though the snow was pretty difficult to move quickly through. I swear something was running along beside me in the woods, keeping pace, but I was too afraid to even glance at the tree line. I got into my car as quickly as possible and stared back at the trail. I didn't see anything, but I felt like something was watching me, and I got out of there fast. When I was 15, me and my friend were made homeless due to poor life choices. We didn't have a place to live, and he told me about a cabin that him and his family had gone to, not too far from here, that had recently gone out of business. It was lucky that one of us read the local paper. We tried our luck there, and after a day, finally made our way. It was a bit out of the way, a tad remote, but it was a decent location, and with a permanent domicile, or at least for a while, we could apply for jobs. We started applying, and one day my friend was going into town to drop off some resumes, and he never came back. A day passes, 3 days pass, 5 days, a week pass, and he still never came back. I was starting to get very worried, so I opted to pay a trip to his parents' house to see if they'd made up, and he decided to live at home and just not tell me. They welcomed me with open arms into their house and asked me desperately to help me find my friend. I told them I had no idea where he went, but said that I would help, and they seemed pleased with the answer. It wasn't until a few days later, roughly while 10 had passed, that he just shows up. I asked him where he's gone, and he told me that he was just standing here in the cabin listening to his iPod 1 minute, and the next minute, the music starts distorting, and before he knows it, he's no longer in the cabin. He freaks out, runs around in the forest a bit, and finally relents to come back to the cabin. Only when he returns, a lot more time has passed than he expected. He thought he'd only been gone a few hours, and was incredibly weirded out when he realized I was so nervous. We made our way back home shortly after, and never returned to those cabins again, which I believe have now been knocked down. This was on my parents' property a couple of years ago. I couldn't sleep, so I decided to go on a short hike at around midnight. I was walking down a beaten path with my rifle-mounted flashlight pointing forwards. It was really misty. I could see the silhouettes of trees, but nothing detailed. I got to my uncle's one-room cabin about 1/4 mile from my house and took a seat on his picnic table. After sitting there for a while, I got up and turned to my right and took about 5 steps into the grass. I pointed my flashlight, and into the mist, I could see 2 yellow predator eyes glowing at about stomach level, not 10 feet away from me. I stood there for at least 5 long minutes, just looking into its eyes with my rifle pointed right between them. They didn't move or make a sound, just blinking every couple of seconds. I stared back silently while trying to keep my composure. All at once, the eyes were gone. I walked forwards to where it must have been standing, and I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. No rustle of grass, no twig breaking, no dent in the ground. It was just gone. I ended up walking back home after that. I never did see its body, just its floating eyes. I grew up and lived in rural New England most of my life, which meant that when I was in high school, if my friends and I wanted to go see a movie, we had to drive about 45 minutes. Well, one night my buddy and I decided to go see a movie, some action flick like Judge Dredd or Captain America. And on the way back home I decided to take the back roads so that I could drive a little faster. Now, back roads in Vermont are a lot of fun and scary as hell if you don't know what you're doing. They're almost like one-lane dirt roads, cutting through miles of endless mountain and forest with a house about every 5 miles or so if you're lucky. So we're on one of these roads, the radio is playing some rock and roll and it's snowing. Not lightly snowing or crazy amounts of snowing, just a soft, pleasant snowfall. And we're about halfway home, deep in the woods, and we come to this hill, and at the top of the hill it curves, so it's a blind hill in the middle of the woods, and it's snowing. So I slowed down significantly. We round the corner, and my headlights lit up this spot on the side of the road, where the snow wasn't falling, more like hovering in midair. There was also a person standing there, and the snow was building up on their shoulders and head, and it stayed that way long enough for me to register everything that was going on, and then the snow build-up all sort of collapses, and it looked like everything else that I had just driven past. Well, I continued driving for a while in silence, trying to make sense of what I'd just seen, to see if I can find a rational explanation. I then turned to my friend. "Did you see that?" "Oh, thank God. I thought I was hallucinating," he replied. So we described what we saw, and we saw the same thing. And then we turned around and drove back up and down the road really slowly to see if we could see it again, or find a reason as to why that might have happened, and there was nothing. I've spent the last 27 years in rural Colorado, and have had one somewhat recent creepy experience that I can't explain. 3 years ago, I was elk hunting with a couple of co-workers in November. As we got up to our hunting area, several thousand feet in elevation higher than our hometown, we ran into the snow. Enough snow that we couldn't make it to where we had planned on setting up camp. We decided to make do and set up in a pull-off at the mouth of a meadow that was about 100 yards from some early 1900s herder cabins. We spent the night, got up early, and spent the following day trekking through the forest. The next night, we were all three awoken by a blood-curdling tortured sound, screaming from the direction of the cabins. It went on for a few minutes, then cut off abruptly with a bang and the sound of breaking glass. We opened our tent door and shined flashlights towards the cabin, but couldn't see anything. None of us were willing to go off into the forest at night. After several sleepless hours cuddling with my pistol and jumping at every little noise, the sun came up and we investigated. There were no tracks in the snow around the cabin, not even animal tracks. But the cabin closest to us had one of the windows broken out from the inside. All the broken glass was outside the cabin and on top of the snow. The only piece of furniture I could see inside it was a table that was on the side. The door was still securely boarded up. We spent the day picking up camp and moving to a new area, and after 2 more restless nights, I decided to call it and returned home empty-handed. None of us have hunted in that area since. On a 14-day canoe trip, we rolled up on this creepy abandoned fishing cabin. It was falling apart. We got out to explore and looked around. There were these ropes, or lines, hanging from tree to tree. And also there was a dead, rotting moose on the dock. The cabin was empty, except for some shirts hanging up. And we began to realize it probably wasn't abandoned. There was a set of children's shoes in perfect condition, sitting outside on a picnic table or something like that. Same thing with a toothbrush. Fishing poles sitting upright and in good condition, when they would have been blown over easily in the winds. It was just a bunch of little things that pointed towards someone having been there recently. But it was all a lot creepier than it sounds. There was a constant feeling like someone was watching us, combined with just how run down and dilapidated the cabin was. I kept turning around as we paddled off, expecting to see someone hiding in the trees, watching us.
I used to live in a fairly populated condo complex, and my condo's backyard goes on for about 10 feet. Then it's a large wooded hill/plateau. We get a lot of snow where we live, and therefore most of the trees are very hardy pine or oak trees that can take lots of water, but can also last without it for a while when it gets cold. Now that you have the context, allow me to share the story. It was late spring a few years back, and I went to explore in the woods as I usually do. It was a little muddy at the base of the hill, and the trees had grown leaves that were green and healthy. No signs of invasive bugs or animals to be seen, and it was obviously freshly rained. About 2 or 3 nights later, I woke to the sound of a loud cracking and snapping, which was horrifying on its own. Weird stuff had happened in that house. I went out the next day, and I was really confused, because all of the otherwise healthy trees were dried out, and a lot of them were snapped halfway up the trunk. Once again, these trees were girthy, but there was no signs of parasites. If you could try help me figure this out, all answers are welcome. I honestly have no idea how otherwise healthy trees could have been torn in half and dried out a few days later.